Chapter 151. It's better to be safe than sorry. What if Songji hesitates or betrays us? His cultivation level is not weak. He's at the 10th level after all. Qin Gao could not help but ask. When the time comes, we can hold back a little, and let Songji waste some time. Whether he's round or flat, we'll be able to do as he pleases. Once he kills Pei Ziyun, he'll be on the same boat as us. I don't believe he can overturn the heavens. Mu Zhong sat down confidently and clasped his hands together. He then nodded his head. Besides, we have to think long and hard. Pei Ziyun killed our pawn in Ying Prefecture. We have to build another one for you. Since Songji did this, it doesn't matter if he killed Pei Ziyun or not. He'll still be under our control. Even if he becomes the sect leader of Free Cloud Sect, it'll still be the same. In the mortal world, we might be able to control the entire sect. Things have changed, and it doesn't matter even if the information leaks out. But in the Tao sect, there's still the Patriarch of Paradise. Although the Patriarch is an immortal, he's separated by yin and yang. Even sages and sages are confused. It's easier said than done. Hence, he's not afraid of being seen through, and at the same time, he'll be able to control Songji. This is perfect for you to use. When young master achieves the Tao, you'll definitely become the alliance leader of the Tao sect. This move of yours is more practical than Meng Luogong's. As he spoke, he broke out into laughter. Qin Gao listened attentively and nodded his head. He then laughed coldly. Songji is so pitiful and hateful. If he were one of us, I'd have killed him long ago. But using him as a pawn isn't a bad idea either. Let's make arrangements now. This time you, Songji and I are all as strong as Pei Ziyun. We might even be stronger than him. 3 against 1, do you think we can't handle him? This time, we'll strike like lightning and get rid of any future threats. When Qin Gao heard this, he nodded his head. He then asked, actually, I've always had a question. How did you know Pei Ziyun's whereabouts? Haha, this is a secret technique of my sect. As long as you've seen him once, you'll be able to set a trap. Although you can't pinpoint his exact movements, you'll be able to know his general whereabout. Mu Zhong spoke proudly. If not, how would I be able to catch up to him? Impressive. Qin Gao was sincerely convinced, but he was secretly a little apprehensive. This kind of person was truly terrifying. Free Cloud Sect, Taoist Temple, Senior Brother Hao, there's something wrong with your expression these past few days. Are you lovesick, or do you have something on your mind? Even your meals aren't tasty. There were dishes laid out on the table. The Taoists of this world had meat dishes, such as pork chops that were cut into a square shape. The skin was roasted to a golden brown and was smeared with marinated oil. Other than that, the rest of the dishes were vegetarian. Even so, the aroma permeated the air. Hao Yong and a few other Taoists sat at a table. Beside him was a familiar junior brother who was looking at Hao Yong curiously. Nothing. Hao Yong put down his bowl and chopsticks that he had only eaten a mouthful of and squeezed a smile on his face. However, the matter in his heart was too big and he still couldn't say anything. Senior brother, you've been feeling depressed these past few days. It's just that you and I are in the sect. No matter how big the problem is, the sect leader and the elders will handle it. No matter how big the problem is, the Patriarch will handle it. Tell me, what are you worried about? There's no such thing as an insurmountable obstacle, only a heart that can't be overcome. The Taoist continued to nag. Hearing these words, Hao Yong's heart stirred. That's right, the sect leader can't do anything about the sect. There's still the Patriarch. Being stuck in the middle is really tough. I'm just trying to earn some money, and it's not a big deal. There's no need for me to get involved. If I hide the truth, I might even be labeled as an accomplice. Thinking about this, Hao Yong stood up and left. He didn't even need to eat. Master, I have something to report. Hao Yong knocked on his master's door. Come in. Seeing his disciple enter, Elder Chen frowned. Hao Yong, it's only been a few days and your face is pale. Did something happen to your cultivation? Hao Yong fell to his knees. Master, I've done something wrong. I'm here to report it to you. What did you do wrong? Elder Chen was taken aback, and his smile disappeared. Master, a few days ago, senior brother Song Ji used money to buy information from me. I thought he was just trying to compete with junior brother Pei for the position of sect leader. I didn't expect senior brother Song Ji to collude with others and plot against junior brother Pei. Hao Yong kneeled down as he spoke. What? Collude with outsiders? Tell me everything in detail. Elder Chen paused as his body trembled. He then sat up straight and listened for a while. So there's such a thing? You overheard this. Come with me to find Elder Yu and explain everything clearly. As he spoke, he brought his men and left in a hurry. They passed through a corridor and headed south. Elder Chen stood at the door and shouted, Elder Yu, I have something to tell you. Come in. Yu Yunjun said from inside the room. Elder Chen pushed open the door and entered the room. He saw little Chuxia sitting by the side, holding a piece of paper in her hands. She seemed to be writing a poem on it. He glanced at it and saw a sentence written on it. Can this feeling be remembered? But at that time it was too late. Elder Chen looked at Yu Yunjun and noticed that there were traces of tears in the corners of her eyes. She seemed to be very sad. He thought to himself, who gave her this poem? I wonder if Elder Yu's lover had passed away. Isn't this trying to evoke her sorrow? Ai. Yu Yunjun wiped away the tears from her eyes as she raised her head and asked, Elder Chen, you've come to visit me out of the blue. What do you have to say? Today, my disciple reported some matters to me. This Song Ji. Elder Chen shook his head and sighed. With a few sentences, he managed to explain everything clearly. Hearing these words, Yu Yunjun's face fell. Chuxia stood up and shouted, Damn Song Ji! How dare he do this? I'm going to chop him up. As she spoke, she looked for a sword. Yu Yunjun's face was ashen as she looked at Chuxia. Don't you dare cause trouble. Elder Chen, let's go and look for the sect leader. Now that things have come to this, let's see what the sect leader has to say. Yu Yunjun said as she walked ahead. We have to find out where Song Ji has gone to. At this point, it started raining outside, and a strong wind started blowing. Water droplets dripped from the eaves of the house. Luckily, there were stone paths, stairs and corridors in between the halls. They didn't even need to wear a raincoat as they walked straight to the sect leader's residence. Yu Yunjun stopped in her tracks and spoke to someone. I wish to see the sect leader. Yes. The disciple immediately reported to the sect leader. After a while, he invited her in. When she entered, she saw two sect elders sitting down and talking to each other. Yu Yunjun didn't speak and just sat there, listening to their conversation. The sect leader looked at the rain and didn't speak. He then turned around and asked, How's the collection of karma silver going? Elder Gui then replied, Now that we've received the title of true sovereign, according to the rules of etiquette, once every 3 years, the county will send people to the ancestral temple to offer sacrifices to us. This is the same as the county god. The original Patriarch's Hall is no longer suitable. It has to be rebuilt. As Elder Gui spoke up to this point, he couldn't help but feel excited. Every year, the county god would offer sacrifices to the county god. However, this was a special treatment that only the heavenly deities would receive. The heavenly deities were divided into 3 categories: upper, middle, and lower. True sovereigns of Taoism were equivalent to the county god. Originally, the Hall of Tao Masters had to be rebuilt to the county god's hall. Although the officials wouldn't offer sacrifices to them, they would still send people to the ancestral temple to offer sacrifices to them. Everyone was well aware of this, and knew that it was a very difficult task. As soon as he finished speaking, Elder Gui waved his hands, and an image appeared in the air. It looked like a sandbox, and the steps leading up to the hall were long corridors. The entrance had a red-painted door, and the top of the roof was covered with double layers of bricks and wood. Inside, there was a statue of a true sovereign. The sect leader didn't say a word and listened attentively. Elder Gui then said, "If this hall were to be rebuilt, it would affect many of the nearby buildings. I'm afraid it would cost at least 10,000 taels of silver." Hiss. 10,000 taels. The sect leader repeated before exhaling. "Although it's a lot of money, we have to rebuild it. Even if we have to squeeze out the money. Elder Lu, what do you say?" Elder Lu had been looking at the rain without saying a word. At this point, his face turned solemn. "That's right. We can't be less than this. With this standard, we can ensure the safety of our businesses. One of the properties of our Taoist temple is around 300 mu of land. In reality, the amount of grain we hand in every year is only enough to satisfy our need. Is it because we can't buy land? This is the title of Tao Master. Our share of the land is here. We can't afford to rent any shops either. Now that we've received the title of true sovereign, our land can be expanded to 900 mu. As long as it doesn't exceed 1,000 mu, there shouldn't be a problem. We can also rent a few more shops in each county. This way, we'll have a huge source of income. Disciple Pei has done a great job. This is the foundation of our sect. Without a stable property, how can we recruit disciples and train them?" Hearing these words, the sect leader sighed as he stood up and walked to the door. He then looked out at the heavy rain outside. At this point, the sky was dark, and the sound of rain could be heard. After some time, the sect leader smiled and turned around. He then asked Yu Yunjun, "This time, what's so important that you're here for?" "Sect leader, I'm indeed here for an important matter." Yu Yunjun looked at the sect leader who was working so hard for the sect. If it were any other day, she would have been soft-hearted. She wouldn't have said it in front of so many people. However, this time, her heart was as hard as stone. She then spoke coldly. "The person you were talking about, Disciple Pei, your disciple senior brother, Song Ji, has colluded with outsiders. He led people to kill him." As soon as these words were spoken, a bolt of lightning struck down, followed by the sound of thunder. The rain started to fall. When everyone heard this, their faces fell. The sect leader didn't seem to hear clearly as he stood there in a daze, not saying a single word. After some time, he regained his senses and asked, "What did you say?" Elder Chern couldn't bear to see this happen. He knew that he had already informed Yu Yunjun about this, and that they had formed an alliance. If they were to betray him now, it would not be beneficial to both sides. He then called Hao Yong over and explained everything to him. He then sighed. "AI, Disciple Song was supposed to be the next generation's senior brother. Who would have thought that he would do such a foolish thing?" The sect leader's face was pale as he looked around and mumbled, "Song Ji, you're so foolish." As he spoke, tears began to flow from his eyes. He then raised his hand to wipe them away with difficulty and ordered, "Go and find Song Ji." Immediately, someone acknowledged and left. The elders who were present didn't speak. Once this matter was confirmed, even if they didn't take any action, Song Ji wouldn't be the next sect leader. Even if he was the senior brother, and the only disciple of the sect leader, he wouldn't be able to be the next sect leader. The next generation's skies would change. Elder Gui and Elder Lu looked at each other and avoided eye contact. It was obvious that they were plotting something. Reporting, Song Ji is no longer here. It's been said that he's gone to Slow River County. Slow River County, isn't that where Pei Ziyun is? The sect leader thought for a moment before ordering, "Quick, let's go now." If there wasn't any actual conflict, Song Ji would only be stripped of his position as the senior brother. But if there was an actual conflict, it would be very difficult to settle. As for blood being spilled, the sect leader didn't even dare to think about it. Yu Yunjun and the patriarch were enraged, and would definitely destroy everything. Chapter 152. On the same day, Pei Ziyun and Shen Zhen left the county and entered Slow River County. As it was getting late, they found a spacious inn to stay in. After throwing a tael of silver, the innkeeper brought the servants to feed the horses and served them dinner. They also boiled some hot water. Pei Ziyun finished his meal and washed his feet. Seeing that it was still early, he went out to take a look. The rooms were very small, and there were 20 of them in total. After strolling around for a while, he saw that all the houses had lit their oil lamps and that the crowds outside had lessened. Gradually it became quiet. Only then did he return to his room and sit cross-legged on his bed. Taking out a jade bottle, he took out a spirit pill and swallowed it. As soon as he swallowed the spiritual pill, it transformed into a warm feeling that flowed through his internal organs. He felt full of vitality. This time, it was different from the last time he took the pill. Spiritual energy rushed up to his head, and he felt a cooling sensation spread throughout his body. He felt his brain becoming clearer and clearer as he reached his limit. His entire brain was clear and bright, and a divine light flashed through it. Under the illumination of the divine light, there was not a single part of his body that was obstructed. Everything was clear. 10th level of completion. I've consumed the 5th spiritual pill. At this stage, although there are benefits to consuming it, it won't be of much use. I might as well keep it. Pei Ziyun stood up and paced around. Yi Su is extremely talented, and is already at the 7th level. This spiritual pill won't be of much use to her. If it wasn't for the fact that I can't wait to become the honorary disciple, I wouldn't want to use it either. But spiritual pills are really miraculous. There are only 5 10th level completion pills. No wonder Taoist Li from the Yellow Monastery wanted to refine them. Many years ago, Shen Zhen was in a similar situation. After obtaining the spiritual pill, he broke through to the gates of heaven. The most economical and effective way is to give it to those who have lost their vitality. This is a chance to make up for it, and not to add flowers to a brocade. Just as he was thinking, there was a knock on the door. Pei Ziyun opened it and saw a young beggar standing outside. He frowned. "Young master, someone just handed you a letter." The young beggar took out a piece of paper and handed it to Pei Ziyun. Pei Ziyun took the paper and the beggar ran away. Pei Ziyun opened the paper and saw a few words written on it. Song Ji wants to harm Yi Su. Seeing this, Pei Ziyun's face fell, and his expression darkened. Who had arranged for the beggar to deliver the letter to him? Why would Song Ji suddenly want to harm Yi Su? His mind was filled with questions. Furthermore, Yi Su was by her aunt's side. No matter how powerful Song Ji was, how could he fight against an Earth Immortal? Although the Earth Immortals only had extraordinary powers within the boundaries of the Blessed Land, once they left the Blessed Land, they would still be the top master. As he thought about this, he rolled up his sleeves and took out the bracelet of talismans that Yi Su had given him. He stretched out his finger and touched the jade beads. With a flash of light, the talisman began to vibrate. Snail Village. Yi Su alighted from the ox cart. It was raining, and she held an umbrella as she walked in. She looked at the familiar village in front of her, and the familiar smell. Her memories seemed to have returned to 2 years ago, when the bandits had surrounded the village. She was at the end of her road, and the villagers had offered her up in the face of a life-and-death crisis. For her sake, Pei Ziyun had gone out in the middle of the night to kill the bandits. Yi Su entered the village, and the villagers who were guarding the door felt that she looked familiar. They wanted to approach her, but did not dare to ask who she was. Could she be from the Pei family? Yi Su ignored them and walked straight towards the old mansion, which was located at the corner of the village. The villagers did not recognize Yi Su and assumed that she was a young lady from a wealthy family, or that she was here to look for the Pei family. The Pei family was the star of literature, and it was only natural that a young lady would come looking for them. In the old mansion, Yi Su's house was still there, and was still relatively intact. Yisur pushed open the door, and saw that the 3 rooms were very small, and seemed very cramped. Every room was separated by a curtain. The innermost room was the ladies' room. Although it was a ladies' room, other than a bed, a rice urn, and an old cabinet, there was nothing else. On the table, there was paper, scissors, paste, and a pair of paper shoes. She felt like she had returned to 2 years ago. 2 years ago, she had relied on making shoes to earn a living. Her hands were full of needle marks. The room is very clean and there is no dust. Did you send someone to clean it? Yisur mumbled to herself as she walked around the room. Those days were still fresh in her mind. Who knew how much pain she had accumulated in her heart? After a long time, Yisur walked out of the room. Her house had not changed, but the Pei family had changed. It was no longer a few mud huts, but a huge mansion with a tall top-scorer memorial arch. Above the main door hung a golden plaque. Although the door was closed, one could see the top-scorer memorial arch soaring into the night sky, as if it was about to soar into the sky. Brother Pei, you've struck it rich. It's just that the mud huts have changed, and the laughter of the past have disappeared. Sur, I want to study. At that time, Pei Ziyun was only 9 years old. He was reading a book, and Yisur was covering his eyes as she played games with him. Sur, let's go to the mountains to pick some fruits. Now is the best time for chestnuts to grow. Pei Ziyun came looking for her with a cloth bag in his hand. Yisur looked in front of her, and saw a small hill in front of her. She remembered that the 2 of them liked to sit there and watch the sunset and talk. Sur, I secretly gave you an egg, you have to eat it. As he spoke, he was still swallowing his saliva. Actually, she knew that the Pei family was poor at that time, and that the egg was left behind by his mother to nourish his body. Eat it, don't be afraid. When I grow up, I want to become an elementary scholar and marry you. You will never have to starve again. Pei Ziyun said. But Brother Pei, have you ever thought about it? I have nothing. I have no parents, no dowry. Once you become an elementary scholar, how am I going to marry you? That's why Aunt told me to leave with her. I don't want you and your mother to look down on me. Do you know that when I heard that the villagers wanted to give me to the bandits, I was in despair. At that time, I was still thinking of giving my body to you, and died with the scissors. After I left with Aunt, I thought of you every day. Are you well? The weather is getting cold. Did anyone help you with your clothes? Did you ever smile at the ladies? Have you ever forgotten the little girl who followed behind you, always holding onto your sleeves and looking at you? You wrote a poem for the Grand Princess, and read that line, looking back, that person is only at the end of the sunset. Do you know that my tears flowed down? That night, I couldn't sleep, and cried for half the night. Actually, Aunt knew, and that's why she made things difficult for you. I waited, and finally you came looking for me. Yisur held onto her umbrella, and looked at the drizzling rain from afar. She was in a daze, and tears flowed down her cheeks, but her lips curled into a smile. At this point, she heard a voice. Is this true element sex junior sister Yisur? I am free cloud sex Song Ji. Greetings, junior sister. A man appeared, it was Song Ji. He looked at Yisur with a fiery gaze. Yisur was in a daze, as her memories were interrupted. She raised her head unhappily, and looked at Song Ji coldly. I don't know you, and I don't wish to speak to you. Hearing this, Song Ji's face changed. His face turned pale, then red. Seeing that Song Ji had not left, Yisur walked past him and headed back to the house. This man had come looking for her out of the blue, and was acting like this. Yisur did not wish to stay with him. At this point, she felt the jade bead on her arm warm up. Brother Pei was looking for her. Yisur was overjoyed, but had some questions. She used her finger to touch the jade bead, and a figure appeared in front of her. Sur, where are you now? Pei Ziyun asked as soon as he saw the figure appear. Brother Pei, I'm at Snail Village. Yisur called out happily. Song Ji, who was standing at the side, glared at her fiercely, and his eyes turned red. Pei Zi-yun looked through the talisman and saw Song Ji standing behind Yi Su'er. His face changed as he shouted, "Su'er, be careful of Song Ji. He's going to harm you. Get out of his way." "What?" Yi Su'er was shocked and turned around to look. Song Ji's face was ashen, and his eyes were bloodshot. He smiled malevolently and rushed forward. "Pei Zi-yun, you want to steal my position as the honorary disciple, and steal my free cloud sect. Today I shall steal your woman." Hearing this, Yi Su'er's face was filled with anger. She grabbed her sword by her side. Pei Zi-yun looked at Song Ji and was enraged. "Song Ji, you're courting death." Just as Pei Zi-yun shouted out, the jade bead on his talisman vibrated, and Song Ji's face appeared in front of him. With a "pa" sound, the jade bead broke apart and the image disappeared. Peach Blossom Origins Monastery. At the same time, the sect leader was holding a teacup in her hands, sipping slowly. Suddenly, she frowned and stood up. "What's wrong?" the monastery leader asked. The sect leader remained silent as she pointed her finger in the air. Suddenly, her face changed. "Not good, something has happened to Yi Su'er. Quick, let's go." "She must have gone to Snail Village. You're familiar with the route, let's go." Back in the inn, Pei Zi-yun's face turned ashen. Yi Su'er and Song Ji must have gotten into a fight, and the situation was extremely dangerous. He grabbed his sword and ran out, shouting for Shenzhen. "Young Master Pei, what's wrong?" Shenzhen rushed out of the room and asked. Pei Zi-yun replied coldly, "Shenzhen, follow me to Snail Village. They've made a move on my lover." "What?" Shenzhen's face changed as well. "Young master, we're only 15 kilometers away from Snail Village. We can reach there in 15 minutes. The two of them leapt onto their horses as the inn owner shouted from behind. Pei Zi-yun casually took out 5 taels of silver from his robes and threw it on the ground. The two of them looked at each other before leaping out of the inn. They were only 15 kilometers away from Snail Village, and the two of them galloped on their horses. "Yi Su'er, you must hold on. Song Ji, how dare you do this? Even if I have to fail the Plum Blossom mission, I will kill you." "It's not fast enough." Pei Zi-yun's heart was burning with anxiety. He turned his body and pointed at Shenzhen's horse, then pointed at his own horse. The two horses neighed loudly as they sped up and galloped away. Chapter 153. Pei Zi-yun and Shenzhen rode their horses to Snail Village. "Who are you? This is Snail Village, you are not allowed to ride your horses." The militia at the entrance shouted. "It's me! Master Top Scorer is back, open the door." The militia hurriedly pushed the door open. "I have urgent matters to attend to. Go to Peach Blossom Origins Monastery and report that Yi Su'er is in trouble. Go." Pei Zi-yun shouted as he ran off, leaving 2 militia behind. "Yes," the militia hurriedly replied. Since the village had repaired the roads, there were no obstructions along the way. Many chickens and ducks were startled along the way. "Stop!" Pei Mansion was right in front. Pei Zi-yun stopped at the entrance, his face ashen. The door to Pei Mansion was wide open, and blood was splattered all over the ground. The servant's corpse was lying in the doorway. He had been killed. "Damn it!" Pei Zi-yun stretched out his hand, revealing the bracelet on his wrist. It was glowing brightly, but the rest was dim. It was a pair of magical treasures. "Brother Pei, this bracelet is actually a heart bracelet. As long as you activate it, you can sense where you are. No matter how far away you are, you will be able to sense where you are. It also has a defensive ability. My master spent a lot of time and effort on it. Perhaps I still miss that count," Yi Su'er said softly as she tied the concentric necklace around her wrist. This meant that Yi Su'er's heart bracelet had been activated. Pei Zi-yun pointed his finger at the bracelet, and it glowed brightly, pointing towards the Pei Mansion. "Luckily, my guess was right. It's in my mansion." Pei Ziyun and Shenzhen leapt down and entered the mansion. The moment they entered, they saw blood all over the place, and the servants' corpses were strewn all over the ground. Songji, you should have died. Pei Ziyun continued running, following the direction of the bracelet. As he neared the inner courtyard, he could hear the sounds of fighting. Seeing that Yi Su'er was fine, he heaved a sigh of relief. You won't be able to escape. Just surrender obediently. Songji looked at the two delicate beauties. His eyes were filled with a fiery passion, as if he wanted to strip them naked. As long as I can escape, I will definitely report this to my master, and seek justice from your Free Cloud sect. This is the way your Free Cloud sect teaches their disciples. To think that I have to address you as senior brother. Who would have thought that you are such a beast? Yi Su'er's face was red with anger. If not for He Qing's sudden arrival, she would have been captured by this man. Just thinking about it made her shudder. Hearing Yi Su'er's words, Songji looked at the two and laughed coldly. You're done resting. You don't need to struggle. Why are you struggling? You just follow me. Do you think I won't kill you? He Qing's expression was unfriendly as she glared at Songji and said coldly, To think that you're a Taoist from the Central Plains. I didn't expect you to be such a vile person. Yi Su'er was Ji Song, Yun'erjin's bracelet and she. If He Qing hadn't heard the commotion from Pei Mansion, she wouldn't have known what would have happened. This person was already at the 10th level of cultivation, and he was bullying the weak. He even wanted to bully a girl. He Qing was infuriated. If He Qing hadn't heard the commotion, she would not have known what would have happened. This man was already at the 10th level of cultivation, and he was bullying the weak. He Qing was enraged. This man had no sense of shame. Songji was still smiling. Hearing these words, his face turned cold. He Qing was a fierce person. She shouted and charged forward with her blade. Songji was Brother Pei's senior brother. Why would he want to attack her? Could it be that he had some sort of enmity with Brother Pei? Yi Su'er thought to herself. Go to hell. He Qing stabbed forward. Her blade technique was derived from Free Cloud sect's sword techniques, but it had the strangeness of a knockoff. It was very vicious. Humph. Songji grunted. With just one strike, the long blade was sent flying. He then stabbed forward again, and his sword was pointed at He Qing. Although Dao techniques were superior to sword techniques, there were still people at the 10th level of cultivation. If not for the fact that he wanted to capture the two girls alive, he would have killed them long ago. No. Yi Su'er screamed and rushed forward to save He Qing. The two swords clashed, and Yi Su'er was forced to retreat. A few poisonous snakes slithered out and bit her. This was what Pei Ziyun had taught them before he left. It was to protect the villagers. Pooh! Songji waved his sword, and the poisonous snakes were decapitated. So what if there were more than 10 of them? Killing them was like chopping vegetables. If there were more, he would be worried. But even though he said that, this snake control technique was very strange. Where did Pei Ziyun find this girl? She was really strange. She actually relied on 10 poisonous snakes and poisonous insects to fight me. No, I don't have much time left. My target is Yi Su'er, not her. Since she is so stubborn, I shall kill her. Songji thought for a moment, and his sword flashed. Within a few moves, he had killed all the venomous snake, following which, his sword transformed into a streak of light as he dashed towards He Qing. He Qing couldn't help but close her eyes as she cried out softly, Young chieftain, I can no longer assist you. Pung! A pebble flew into the room and hit Songji's sword. Songji groaned and took a few steps back. He looked up and saw Pei Ziyun and Shenzhen rushing into the room. Die. Pei Ziyun had never been a man of many words. The moment he entered the room, he pounced on Songji. He was only fighting for the position of honorary disciple, and Pei Ziyun wanted to kill him. No wonder he betrayed the original owner in his previous life. It was probably not because of Free Cloud sect, but because he was afraid that the original owner would have a godly weapon. Sooner or later, Pei Ziyun would trample on him. He would rather be a friend than a disciple. The hatred between the previous life and the current life welled up in his heart. His sword flashed, and Song Ji saw that Pei Ziyun was rushing towards him, and his heart turned cold. He knew that he had no other choice, and was prepared to attack. He Qing and Yi Su hurriedly retreated. If they were not careful, they might accidentally kill Pei Ziyun. Swords have no eyes. Clang clang clang. Within seconds they had exchanged 3 blows. Song Ji could not help but take a few steps back. What sword technique is this? Song Ji shouted in anger. The strength of his sword was not weak, but Pei Ziyun's sword technique far surpassed his own. Although it was a familiar sword technique, he was still at a disadvantage. The sword technique that will kill you, Pei Ziyun said in a low voice, as his sword flashed even more intensely. Song Ji's morale plummeted, and he immediately changed his strategy. His face changed as his sword glowed with a bright light. Pei Ziyun let out an AI sound as he swung his sword several times. His face changed. What sword technique is this? It's the sect leader's direct disciple. How would you know? So it was the sect leader who passed on a secret technique to you in advance. But so what? Pei Ziyun was shocked, but he laughed out loud. Clang clang clang. Although Song Ji's sword technique was extremely profound, and even seemed to be able to counter Pei Ziyun's sword, and the Tao energy within the sword was also very mysterious. However, under the attack of Pei Ziyun's sword, within 10 moves, he heard a shout, hit! Pooh! Song Ji let out a groan, as the right side of his robes split open. Although it did not penetrate his robes, the sword energy had left a mark. Song Ji gasped, 10th level, how is this possible? Song Ji's heart was in turmoil, and he could not believe it. It had only been a few days, and Pei Ziyun had already reached such a level. Luckily, he had listened to Shi Muzhong and came to kill Pei Ziyun. If not, how many more days would it take for Pei Ziyun to break through the gates of heaven? When that happens, the position of honorary disciple would no longer be his. Thinking this way, Song Ji retreated hastily and blew on a whistle. Pei Ziyun laughed coldly. This is what you're relying on? Shenzhen, let's join forces and kill him. Although Shenzhen had spoken for a long time, it had only been a few moments. He then raised his blade and smiled. Young Master Pei is right. My Shin family's 37 techniques, I've recently reached the 9th level. I want to see some blood. Let's see if my Shin family's techniques can still dominate the world. Clap clap. At this point, the sound of clapping could be heard as Shi Muzhong walked in from outside. He had a smile on his face as he looked at Pei Ziyun. Top scorer Pei, we finally meet again. The last time we parted, I've missed you. Shi Muzhong's expression was relaxed as he pointed at Shenzhen and said, You're indeed a variable. I didn't expect you to recruit another expert who is no weaker than us in such a short period of time. This is out of my expectations. Although he said this, his expression was calm, and it was obvious that he was not troubled. Shenzhen then approached Pei Ziyun and asked softly, Young Master Pei, is this person young Master Xie's subordinate? That's right, it's this person. He's extremely strong, and I fought him to a draw. Do not hold back, and kill him as soon as possible. Pei Ziyun looked at Shi Muzhong and spoke seriously. Brother Shi, what's the point of being so long-winded? Let's kill Pei Ziyun today. When we exchanged blows, I realized that he's already reached the 10th level. How terrifying is that? It's only been a few days. Song Ji had already steeled his heart, and spoke without hesitation. When old people meet, they have to reminisce about the past. Don't you agree? Why are we in such a hurry to kill each other? Shi Muzhong and his warriors surrounded them as he spoke. There's something wrong with this incense. I can't use my strength. Yi Su-er's face fell as she dropped her sword to the ground. Pei Ziyun was taken aback as he felt his entire body go numb. He swept his gaze across the room and noticed a burning incense in the corner. He hurriedly tore a corner of his robe and covered his nose. He then held his breath and said, "You guys secretly drugged me." "That's right. Even a lion uses its full strength to capture a rabbit. Although the three of us thought that we could restrain you, your martial arts skills are too high and your luck is too good. Hence, we still drugged you." Besides, Yi Su-er and the rest retreated to the main hall. This was our arrangement. If not, why would they be in this sealed hall? Luckily, I planned ahead. If you hadn't brought an expert with you, we wouldn't have been able to kill you. It's just that today, Pei Ziyun, how are you going to break out of this trap? You'd better hand over your head obediently. Perhaps we can spare your beloved Yi Su-er's life. Shimu Zhong smiled as he spoke. Pei Ziyun's heart sank. Just as he was deep in thought, Shen Zhen spoke out, "Young master, we cannot stay in this hall for long. You protect the two of them and kill your way out. I will defend from behind." Pei Ziyun's heart warmed. He knew that he had to repay his debt of gratitude. He then laughed. "Killing our way out is the right thing to do, but there's no need to do this." Before he could finish his sentence, Shimu Zhong laughed coldly and waved his hands. "Attack, kill them. There's no need to risk your life. All we need to do is to wear them down and let them inhale more poison." Following Shimu Zhong's orders, the surrounding warriors charged forward. Shimu Zhong laughed coldly. "The poison can't be hidden from you guys. It's just that you're too worried and confused. You guys don't have any experience in the martial world, hence you fell for it. But the more you fight, the more you will inhale. You're finished." Chapter 154. Shimu Zhong, Qin Gao and Song Ji spoke as the three of them stood in three different directions, blocking the way. "Is that so?" Pei Ziyun cleared his throat. "Quick, follow me." As he said this, he did not advance but instead retreated towards the side room. A warrior tried to stop him, but Pei Ziyun's sword flashed, and he fell to the ground. His internal organs and blood flowed out from his wound. "Kill!" Song Ji shouted as he attacked. Zi Chenji. Another round of sword strikes, and both of them retreated a few steps. "Something's not right, don't let him hide in there." Shimu Zhong frowned, as if he had noticed something amiss. He then rushed forward. Pei Ziyun held on to Yi Su-er as he rushed forward. Shen Zhen and He Qing rushed into the room. "Kill!" Shen Zhen's sword flashed like the wind and clouds, as if he had no idea what was going on. The moment the two warriors stepped in, they were struck by his sword and fell to the ground. There was a statue of a Tao monarch on the table. Pei Ziyun rushed forward and pushed it. With a "pa" sound, a tunnel appeared on the floor. "Quick, go down!" Pei Ziyun shouted as the three of them jumped down. "Not good, there's a tunnel." Shimu Zhong rushed in. At this point, a ray of sword light sliced through the tunnel. Shimu Zhong retreated a few steps before he heard another groan. One of the black-robed men beside him suddenly dropped his sword as fresh blood flowed out of his chest. Although the hole was not big, it was at least half a foot deep. His internal organs were definitely damaged, and he was definitely dead. Everyone was taken aback. Pei Ziyun took advantage of this and jumped down, disappearing into the tunnel. Shimu Zhong's face darkened as he looked down. All he could see was that the tunnel was pitch black, and there was no way he could use his men to surround and kill them. Several black-robed men were about to give chase when Shimu Zhong shouted, "Stop, don't go down yet." After observing for some time, he then gave a sigh of relief. It's a secret room, and not a tunnel that leads outside. It's probably a hiding place for the bandits. We've almost used up all the poisonous smoke. Let's use fire to kill them all. Songji, go and check outside. See if there's any smoke. That's the ventilation hole. Seal it up. Mu Zhong instructed. I'm not your man. You can't order me around. Song Ji said. You tried to harm a true element sect disciple and killed your fellow junior brother. If you don't kill these people, how can you escape the sect's rules when you return? Mu Zhong looked at Song Ji as he spoke. You. Song Ji's face darkened. He immediately knew that he had fallen into this person's trap. However, he had already boarded the boat and had nowhere else to go. With a stomp of his foot, he turned around and left. After a while, someone came with some firewood and torches. Throw it down, Mu Zhong ordered, as he lit the firewood and tossed it into the tunnel. Within moments, the entire tunnel was filled with smoke. Damn it, I can't get rid of it even with my inner strength. It's constantly corroding my body. The area of the cave wasn't that big. It looked like a cellar with a secret room inside. This was used to hide from the bandit. Originally, Pei Ziyun had wanted to build a tunnel to get out of the cave, but the terrain in the south was not good. There was a lot of rain, and the tunnel would collapse if it was too far away. He had never heard of a tunnel battle in the south. At this time, Shenzhen stood up and said with a gloomy face. Just now, he tried to circulate his energy but was unable to expel the poison. Not good, these people are trying to use fire to smoke us out. He Qing, who was standing guard in front of the tunnel, exclaimed out loud. At the entrance of the tunnel, the bandits were throwing firewood, oil and some books into the tunnel. All these items started to burn up, and smoke rose up into the air. Everyone started coughing. Quickly block the entrance. Don't let the smoke in. Hearing Pei Ziyun's words, Shenzhen, He Qing and Yi Su hurriedly looked around for something to block the entrance. For security purposes, there's rice and water. You guys pile the rice bags on top. I'll get some blankets and water them. This should be able to hold out for about 2 to 3 minutes. Pei Ziyun shouted out loudly. He then rushed into the secret room and found 2 blankets. He stuffed them into a vat of water and soaked the blanket. He then threw the blankets at the entrance of the secret room. The thick smoke that was gushing out of the tunnel was instantly reduced. Damn it, the ventilation hole above is blocked. Pei Ziyun looked at it and his face darkened. This Mu Zhong was indeed Xie Qingdong's advisor. He was ruthless and accurate. Prepare a cloth and wet it. It should be able to hold out for a while. But we have to think of a way out. If not, we will all suffocate in this secret room. Pei Ziyun frowned. Young Master Pei, is there any other way out of this secret room? If not, we will all die here. Shenzhen looked at Pei Ziyun and asked. No. The cave in the south has no way to build a long tunnel. If it rains, it will collapse. We can only build a basement. Pei Ziyun frowned and said, Young chieftain, it's all my fault. I didn't arrange for the guards to protect us in time, and let Miss Yi and everyone else be in trouble. He Qing looked at Pei Ziyun and blamed herself. It's not sister's fault. It's all my fault. If I hadn't come to Snail Village, we wouldn't have been attacked by Song Ji. We wouldn't be in such a predicament. Yi Su-er's face was dark. Pei Ziyun hugged Yi Su in his arms and did not speak. He was thinking of a way out of this situation. Even if he could kill his way out of the secret room, he was still poisoned. Song Ji is insane. He colluded with outsiders to kill me, and even tried to rape Su-er. This was all part of his plan. It's not your fault. Pei Ziyun said solemnly. That's right. I still have 4 spiritual pills. These spiritual pills are very effective, and might be able to dispel the poison. The last time Shenzhen was poisoned by the 1,000 trickeries, I was able to dispel it. Let's give it a try. Pei Ziyun thought to himself as he retrieved a small bottle from his robes and swallowed a spiritual pill. A familiar warmth spread through his body, and he felt his inner energy grow stronger. It was as if he had been inspired. But soon after, his strength began to weaken. Pei Ziyun's face turned ashen. Young Master Pei, Even the spiritual pills can't dispel the poison? Shen Zhen asked. I can't. Pei Ziyun replied. Hearing this, Shen Zhen's face turned ashen as well. He raised his head and said, Young master, cough cough, let's kill our way out. If not, when the quilt dries we will all be suffocated to death. At most, we can last for another 15 minutes. What other way is there? Pei Ziyun thought to himself. I'm already at the 10th level. After a few more months of training, I have the memories of my senior granduncle, as well as the memories of my previous life. Breaking through the gates of heaven should not be a problem. However, I've only just broken through to the 10th level. If I break through now, I only have a 50% chance of success. Pei Ziyun hesitated. The quilt had already turned black. The water on it had dried up, and the smoke had started to seep in. Songji, Shimu Zhong, both of you will die. Pei Ziyun muttered under his breath as he made up his mind. Shenzhen, use a water jar to pour water on me. I'll hold on for a while. I'm already at the 10th level. As long as I can open the gates of heaven, I will be able to form a Yin master. The poison will no longer be able to control me. Pei Ziyun said coldly. What? You want to force open the gates of heaven? Yi Suer looked at Pei Ziyun in shock. Young Master Pei, this is the gate of life and death. If you force it, you will die. Shen Zhen advised. I have a 50% chance of success. You don't have to persuade me. If we wait any longer, I'm afraid we will suffocate in this cave. Pei Ziyun said. Protect me. No matter what happens, you don't have to worry about me. Pei Ziyun said, his eyes were solemn. He had the experience of opening the gates of heaven twice, and was willing to give it a try. Yi Suer replied, her voice was choked with emotion. Shen Zhen and He Qingqing looked at each other and sighed. They had to give it their all. If Pei Ziyun failed, they would kill their way out. Only then would it be worth it. Pei Ziyun gently let go of Yi Suer and turned around to push open the door of the cave. There was a praying mat in the middle of the room, and Pei Ziyun sat down cross-legged. With a thought, an information interface appeared in front of Pei Ziyun's eyes. Free Cloud Sect Manual, Level 10. Dao Techniques. 39 Types, Advanced. Free Cloud Sect Sword Technique. Master, 18. 1% completed. After absorbing the Shin family's 37 techniques, my sword techniques have improved by quite a bit. However, I'm still a long way from achieving a breakthrough. That's right, if I were to improve any further, it would be a miracle. Pei Ziyun thought to himself. It didn't matter if he was proficient in Dao arts or martial arts. As long as he could open the gates of heaven, he would be able to use his Yin Master Dao technique. Although I have the memories of my senior grand-uncle and the original owner, opening the gates of heaven is not a small matter. Even with this knowledge, I'm at most 50% confident. It's just that I can't hold on any longer. I have to end this quickly. Pei Ziyun sighed deeply as he sat down. His eyebrows furrowed, and his entire mind was clear. Opening the gates of heaven was in fact a process of gathering blood essence and nourishing one's psyche. Once one's psyche was strengthened, the Yin Master would be born. Only the Yin Master would be able to open the gates of heaven, communicate with the outside world, and control the spiritual core of heaven and earth. When one was about to break through the gates of heaven, they would have to prepare medicinal pills to replenish their blood essence. However, he had just consumed one pill, and now he had no use for it. Besides, this is just the experience of a normal person. There are even more secretive experiences that cannot be passed around, but I happen to know of them. Pei Ziyun sat on the praying mat, and as the blood essence continued to flow into his body, his forehead turned red. His face was pale and his body was withering. As Pei Ziyun circulated his spiritual energy, a wave of energy could be felt all around him. It was as if the heavens and earth were being disturbed. What? It's a disturbance of spiritual energy. Pei Ziyun is about to open the gates of heaven. As soon as this energy was released, Shi Mu Zhong's face changed. Songji, you and I shall cast our spells together to extinguish the flames and kill our way in. At this point, Songji's face turned pale as well. Pei Ziyun had only been here for a few days, and yet he was already able to activate his spiritual energy and open the gates of heaven. Furthermore, if he succeeded, he was afraid that he would die. He gritted his teeth and shouted, "All right." This word was spoken through gritted teeth, and was filled with killing intent. At this point, the person who wanted Pei Ziyun the most was Song Ji. Hurry up and bring the firewood back." The black-robed man hurriedly threw the firewood onto the fire to extinguish it. He was afraid that the fire wouldn't burn brightly earlier, and now he was afraid that it wouldn't extinguish quickly enough. Qin Gao was still calm and said, "Mr. Shi, this kid is at most at the 10th level of perfection. The gates of heaven are a test of life and death. It won't be that easy." Hearing these words, Shi Mu Zhong's face turned gloomy. This kid has been blessed by fate, and cannot be dealt with normally. At this point, we have to kill our way in, and not give him a chance to breathe. Pei Ziyun's talents are extremely high. Only by killing him can we break out of this predicament. If not, when he opens the gates of heaven, we'll all die. As he spoke, he picked up a large piece of firewood. As for the rest of the firewood, Shi Mu Zhong and Song Ji were prepared. With a wave of their hands, the firewood dimmed as though it had been doused with water. The two of them covered their mouths as they jumped down the tunnel. They then saw that the tunnel was blocked. Damn it, the tunnel is blocked. No wonder the smoke didn't suffocate us out. Kill our way in. Chapter 155. Attack. Shi Mu Zhong ordered. Kill. The remaining black-robed men waved their swords and attacked. The blockage in the tunnel was like a wet blanket. Pooh! Although Shenzhen was poisoned, his swordsmanship allowed him to pierce through the chest of one of the black-robed men. Fresh blood spurted out. None of the black-robed men dared to enter. Blinding light technique. Song Ji pointed, and a bright light erupted from within the basement. However, Shenzhen had experience with Dao art. Seeing this, he closed his eyes and swung his sword once more. Clang! The two swords clashed, and a severed arm flew out. The next moment, the black-robed man screamed in agony. The sound of cloth ripping could be heard, and the black-robed man could not even scream. He clutched his throat as he fell to the ground. Damn it, this hole is too small. Only one person can enter. Qin Gao shouted in anger. In such a narrow space, even the strongest martial arts would be difficult to execute. At this point, a loud boom could be heard as a strong gust of wind blew out from within the basement. No! Song Ji and Shi Mu Zhong shouted out. Within the meditation room, Pei Ziyun's vision turned dark. Following which, the entire world around him turned bright as a heavenly door appeared. Immortal qi filled the air, and the heavenly soldiers stood tall, looking extremely dignified. Pei Ziyun stood on a cloud as he watched the fairies descend. Listening to the music, he sighed, "It's all an illusion." In his previous life, the original owner had experienced this once, and so had his senior granduncle. As he sighed, his vision changed. He was now in a city with tall buildings. He was inside a building, operating a computer. This feeling was completely real. Looking at this, Pei Ziyun couldn't help but sigh. As he sighed, everything in front of him faded away, turning back into the real world. He was now back in the basement. The sky was not the sky, the earth was not the earth, and the people were not people. Everything had turned into qi, and he could touch it with his hands. This was the opening of the heavenly door. However, this was also the most dangerous moment. The Yin spirit was extremely weak. The moment it appeared, it would be destroyed by the qi of heaven and earth. Pei Ziyun had experienced this before. He turned around and returned to his body. As soon as it returned, It was like a spark that instantly ignited a mountain of firewood. For a moment, the wind and clouds surged, and the roars of dragons and tigers rang out in the air. The gates of heaven will open, and the Een Master will be born. Pei Ziyun's entire body was filled with unspeakable clarity. When Shi Mu Zhong saw this, he immediately shouted out, "Let's go! He's already broken through the gates of heaven." As he spoke, he turned and ran. Almost at the same time, Qin Gao and Song Ji also turned and ran. Pei Ziyun could feel the power within his body. This was the true power of magic. Almost at the same time, a plum blossom appeared in front of him and expanded rapidly, turning into a translucent information interface. The words for the 10th level of the Free Cloud Sect's origin technique changed as it read, Een Master, 1st level. Shi Mu Zhong, Song Ji and Qin Gao had already retreated to the entrance of the passageway. Pei Ziyun stood up and in a flash, reappeared in the basement. Snail Village. The two groups of people bumped into each other. The sect leader frowned. "So it's my fellow disciples from Free Cloud Sect." The sect leader was riding on his horse, and was about to speak when he suddenly stopped. He turned around and looked at the changes in the sky. The roars of a dragon and a tiger can be heard. Who broke through the gates of heaven? Could it be Song Ji? Yu Yunjun thought to herself as she became anxious. "Quick, enter the village and search for him." As she said this, she urged her horse forward. When Pei Ziyun appeared, Shi Mu Zhong, Song Ji and Qin Gao were stunned. "Block them!" Shi Mu Zhong shouted out. Following Shi Mu Zhong's command, the black-robed men charged forward. Pei Ziyun's face turned cold as he sighed. "You guys are seeking your own deaths. Who else can you blame?" As he said this, his sword flashed, and a head flew into the air. The black-robed men were still human after all. They had suffered multiple casualties, and their morale was low. At this point, they all retreated, not daring to advance. "Damn it!" Shi Mu Zhong conjured a hand seal as a strange ripple appeared. The black-robed men then stood up like puppets, wielding their blades as they charged forward. Puppets? Pei Ziyun charged forward. He could feel his entire body warming up. The poison that was corroding his internal energy was slowly disappearing. "Don't get caught up in this fight. Let's leave quickly. This man has already opened the gates of heaven, and his Tao energy is growing stronger. We cannot fight him head-on." Shi Mu Zhong saw that there was resistance behind him, and he dashed forward. Song Ji followed suit, as the black-robed men charged forward one after another without fear of death. "All of you die," Pei Ziyun pointed out, "bind." The black-robed men who were charging forward stopped in their tracks. In the past, the bind could only bind one person. Now it was a whole group of people. Following this, the sword flashed, and Pei Ziyun charged forward, transforming into a ray of light. Wherever he went, the black-robed men's eyebrows would turn red, and a drop of blood would ooze out. It was the sword qi that pierced through their brains, killing them instantly. The Een Master has appeared, and his Tao energy is growing. How terrifying! Shi Mu Zhong turned around and spoke softly. Song Ji, who was running away, had bloodshot eyes as he mumbled, "No, I should be the one who opened the gates of heaven." At this point, all the black-robed men who were blocking his way had been killed. Pei Ziyun was filled with killing intent as he dashed forward. He looked around and saw Shi Mu Zhong, Song Ji and Qin Gao running towards the entrance of the courtyard. "Bind." Pei Ziyun pointed once more, and the three men who were running away froze in place. Qin Gao drew his sword as the sword flashed brightly, and the bindings were broken. "Break." Shi Mu Zhong and Song Ji pointed at the same time, and the bindings were broken. By the time Qin Gao had broken the bindings, Pei Ziyun had already pounced towards him. "Die!" Qin Gao roared out as his blade flashed, and a thunderous sound could be heard. He was fighting with his life on the line. However, as the sword flashed, the qi from the blade dissipated, and a small crack appeared. Following this, the sword flashed through the crack and pierced through. Fresh blood and internal organs spilled out from the wound. With another flick of the sword, Qin Gao's head flew off his neck, as blood spurted out from his wound. Damn it, Pei Ziyun has just broken through the gates of heaven, and yet he's able to deal with the Yin Master's spells to such an extent. How terrifying! Shi Muzhong looked around, and broke out in cold sweat. We can't run. I've seen Pei Ziyun use his spells before, and he managed to master the contents of the Tao Manual in a single night. We have to work together to fight back. If we have any trump cards, we have to use them. Song Ji spoke as the both of them looked at each other. Their eyes were filled with fear and determination. Freeze! Pei Ziyun pounced towards Song Ji. Song Ji gritted his teeth. His expression was calm, as he revealed a look of heartache. He then retrieved a talisman and pointed it at the talisman. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and the talisman started burning. The ground beneath Pei Ziyun's feet gave way, as half of his feet sank into the ground. Following this, a transparent vine appeared from the ground, and wrapped itself around Pei Ziyun's body. Pei Ziyun struggled, but was unable to break free. Song Ji's face was filled with joy. This is the quicksand technique that the sect leader gave me. Since you've become a Yin master, you should be able to resist it. Die. Song Ji's eyes were bloodshot as he pounced towards Pei Ziyun. At this point, Shi Muzhong gritted his teeth as he retrieved a black pearl and threw it into the air. Thunder Pearl! Pei Ziyun's eyelids twitched as he shouted out. Song Ji's sword was slashing towards him, and his heart was filled with glee. However, at that moment, he felt an unspeakable chill in his heart. He saw the vine crumble, and the ground beneath him started to rise again. Pei Ziyun then fell to the ground, as a bolt of lightning exploded in the air. Shi Muzhong, you're going to kill me too? Song Ji shouted out in anger. Song Ji had been affected by the lightning, and his hair stood on end. I had only wanted to lure him in. I didn't expect Shi Muzhong to have such a powerful weapon. Pei Ziyun thought to himself. He was shocked. If he had reacted any slower, he would have lost his life. That's not possible. How could the sect leader's talisman fail? Even if you were to start converting your powers, it would take at least a month. How could you do it so quickly? At this point, Song Ji's body trembled as he shouted out. He had lost all will to fight and turned around to escape. Have you forgotten that I'm not a benefactor? As the dust settled, Pei Ziyun was covered in dust. There was a sword wound on his chest. It was caused by Song Ji, but it wasn't a deep wound. How can a mere high scholar be considered a benefactor? You're right. A mere high scholar isn't considered a benefactor. But don't forget, I still have the respect and admiration of the people. If I didn't have any high scholar status, all the respect and admiration I have would be useless. But with the high scholar status, I have the ability to create a strong yang qi. A leaf floated down from the sky, as Pei Ziyun floated down to the ground. He then spoke coldly, although I've only used it once, and used up most of my energy, I've still managed to break the sect leader's talisman. Do you think any Taoist would be so stupid as to fight against an army? They have all sorts of tricks up their sleeves. Bewitching, manipulating. If it weren't for all these, wouldn't the government officials be able to control them, kill them, and capture them? You're not a benefactor, and you can't open the gates of heaven. Be obedient and die. Pei Ziyun pointed out, now it's my turn. Song Ji's eyes were filled with fear and disbelief. A tendril of energy wrapped itself around Song Ji. Pei Ziyun slashed down with his sword, causing a thunderstorm to erupt. Song Ji struggled with all his might to block the attack. The sword flashed past, and Song Ji's arm was severed, as he screamed in agony. Shi Muzhong ignored everything else as he tried to escape. He could hear the wind blowing past his ears, as he felt a cold sensation on his neck. A stream of warm blood flowed down his neck. Pei Ziyun's shadow flashed, and he had already covered a distance of several meters. His long sword was at the side of Shi Muzhong's neck. He then said, "If you'd attacked me earlier, you might have been able to kill me. Or if you'd escaped earlier, you might have had a chance to live. You're too smart for your own good." Shi Muzhong then opened his mouth and said, "Don't kill me. I'm only following orders. I know many of Xie Qingdong's secrets. I can tell you all of them. Don't kill me." Pei Ziyun paused for a moment before laughing out loud. The original owner's memories were filled with fear and confidence. Even when the original owner fought with his life on the line, he still couldn't get a single piece of meat from him. However, when faced with a life-or-death situation, he would immediately surrender. This contrast caused Pei Ziyun to laugh so hard that tears were coming out of his eyes. He then suddenly thought, those high and mighty people have never faced a life-or-death situation in their entire lives. Could it be that when faced with a life-or-death situation, most of them would surrender? No, that's not possible. According to my original memories, when the Yuan conquered the Song and the Ming conquered the Yuan, it was the same. Most of them surrendered. Especially when the Qing conquered the Ming, when Nanjing fell, it rained heavily. The officials of the Ming dynasty all rushed over to surrender. The entire ground was covered in the rain, and the entire place was covered in darkness. It was a spectacular sight. It's not possible. When faced with such a desperate situation, there would be many soldiers or martyrs. And it's rare for an official to not surrender. The original owner persisted for 10 years without surrendering. But if Xie Qingdong was in such a situation, would he surrender? Pei Ziyun thought to this point and shouted, "Speak, what secrets do you have?" Chapter 156. Young Master, because you've caused great losses to Holy Jail Sect and Ho Mansion, they wanted to kill you as soon as possible. However, they did not wish to clash with Free Cloud Sect in Ing Prefecture. Hence, they paid a huge price to hire us to deal with you. Shi Muzhong cried out. "Up till now, you still refuse to speak the truth?" Pei Ziyun cleared his throat. He had the original owner's memories, and knew that Shi Muzhong was Xie Qingdong's subordinate. It was impossible for Holy Jail Sect to order him around. Although Shi Muzhong had already surrendered, he was still trying to divert his attention to Pei Ziyun. Thinking about this, Pei Ziyun couldn't help but feel a sense of respect and hatred towards him. Without saying a word, Pei Ziyun's palm landed on Shi Muzhong's head. Shi Muzhong groaned as his skull cracked into many pieces. However, his brain was still intact, and his body slumped to the ground. Pei Ziyun then stretched out a finger and pressed it on Shi Muzhong's head. This was a technique he had learned from his senior granduncle's memories. It sealed the soul and the body. As long as the technique was used, there would be endless pain. Shi Muzhong immediately stood up like a puppet. His eyes were filled with fear, and blood started to flow out of his orifices. "Young Master, please spare me. Let me reincarnate. I'll tell you everything." Shi Muzhong was being tortured by such a vicious technique. His soul was on the verge of being destroyed, and he begged for mercy. "How did you find me?" Pei Ziyun asked directly. "Young Master Pei, it was my master who defied the heavens and changed his fate. He spent 20 years trying to deceive young Master Xie. That was how we were able to lay out the plan. But we didn't expect the heavens to change recently. We investigated and found out that it was young Master Pei. That's why I'm here." "No, Master, how could you cast such a vicious spell on my soul?" Shi Muzhong's face fell as he spoke up to this point. He screamed out in fear, his voice was filled with fear. Shi Muzhong seemed to have regained control of his body as the spell was broken. He fell to his knees and was about to scream when he covered his mouth with his hand. Thick black blood flowed out from the gaps between his fingers. The black blood was extremely foul, as though it had been dead for many days. Pei Ziyun took a step back. "No. Mu Zhong screamed out in pain as a black aura emanated from his body. Dark clouds gathered in the sky as a bolt of lightning struck down, illuminating the entire area. Mu Zhong fell to the ground as black blood seeped out from his body. He didn't move. Soul and body destroyed? Pei Ziyun stepped forward to take a look, and broke out in a cold sweat. Such treatment was not something an ordinary person could receive. He then thought to himself, defying the heavens and changing one's fate, could it be that such a person exists in this world? Did the original owner's failure have something to do with this? The water inside is getting deeper and deeper. Dark altar Taoist temple boom. The sound of thunder rumbled in the sky, and did not stop for a long time. The blind Taoist's face changed as he pushed open the window. A gust of wind carrying with it the smell of blood rushed towards him, causing him to shiver uncontrollably. Even though the Taoist was blind, he was still able to see. Most of the sky was covered by dark clouds. Before he could think of anything else, several bolts of lightning suddenly appeared and struck down heavily. Just as they were about to land on the blind Taoist, a ray of black light shot out from the Taoist temple and collided with the lightning. Boom! A stone statue with the 8 characters of the blind Taoist's birth date on it shattered into pieces. The blind Taoist's face split open as he fell to the ground. A putrid stench emanated from his body as black blood spurted out from his wounds. The stench was similar to that of Mu Zhong's black blood, as though it was the blood of a corpse that had been dead for many days. But that wasn't all. The iron anchor within the Taoist temple started to glow with lightning as a crack appeared on it. It was as though the entire world was shaking. Taoist leader. A Taoist disciple rushed into the room and shouted. Boom! Pei Ziyun could hear the thunder rumbling in the sky as he looked at Mu Zhong lying on the ground, bleeding black blood. He was deep in thought as a plum blossom appeared in front of him. The system then said, "Mission completed. Mu Zhong, you're finally dead." Pei Ziyun looked at the corpse. Mu Zhong had never thought that he would die at the hands of his own master. In summary, Xie Dong had someone behind him who could steal the fate of others and was able to predict the future. It's no wonder that Xie Dong was able to rise to power in the previous life. His physical body was like that of a sage. This person has to be eliminated. Pei Ziyun's expression was unsightly. But what's with the thunder just now? Could it be a backlash from the heavens? It's a pity I didn't manage to force him to reveal his master's location. If not, I could have killed him. Pei Ziyun thought to himself. Young chieftain, there's still a despicable and shameless Song Ji trying to escape. Just as Pei Ziyun was deep in thought, he heard He Qing's voice. He turned around and saw Song Ji running for his life. Although he only had his left hand, his entire body was covered in blood. He was still trying his best to escape. Cough cough. Shenzhen, He Qing and Yi Su'er had just come out. Their faces were all black, as if they had been poisoned by the smoke. Song Ji, where do you think you're going? Pei Ziyun chased after him. Song Ji turned around, his eyes were filled with fear. How could Pei Ziyun be like this? Opening the gates of heaven could indeed change one's body, but it would take a month for the transformation to happen. What did Pei Ziyun rely on to achieve this? There must be a treasure, there must be. I can't accept this. Song Ji's eyes lit up as he ran for his life. At the same time, he was shouting in his heart, "Damn it, if only I'd discovered this earlier." Where do you think you're going? Pei Ziyun's voice rang out in his ears. Song Ji's entire body trembled as he used his left hand to stab backwards. This sword strike was extremely weak. The moment the sword left his hand, Pei Ziyun had sent it flying. Song Ji fell to the ground as the wound on his right arm split open. He spat out a mouthful of blood as he struggled to look at Pei Ziyun. Pei Ziyun's eyes were filled with killing intent. Song Ji fell to his knees and shouted, "Ziyun, Ziyun, we are fellow disciples. I was bewitched by Shermu Zhong. Please don't kill me. Please don't kill me. Pei Ziyun looked at Song Ji, who was covered in blood. His right arm had been cut off and he was kowtowing to the ground. He looked extremely pitiful. Seeing tears and snot dripping down his face, Pei Ziyun suddenly recalled the original owner's memory of Song Ji. He laughed coldly. I may have spared you, but there's someone else who won't. The hatred of betraying me, the hatred of killing me, shall be settled today. As Pei Ziyun watched, it was as if he could see the original owner of the body being tortured in the dungeon beneath Dark Altar Mountain. It was as if the original owner was shouting, Song Ji, you betrayed Free Cloud sect for your own selfish desires. One day I will kill you. Seeing Pei Ziyun raise his sword, Song Ji did not understand what he had just said. He then shouted out in fear, No! I am the sect leader's disciple, and also a disciple of Free Cloud sect. You cannot kill me. How dare you kill me? Go to hell. Pei Ziyun's long sword was about to fall. At this point, a voice shouted, Spare his life. This was the voice of the sect leader. When Song Ji heard this, he heaved a sigh of relief. Pei Ziyun's sword did not stop moving, and he swung it once more. With a piu sound, Song Ji's head flew into the air. Song Ji's eyes were filled with disbelief. He couldn't believe that Pei Ziyun had dared to kill him. Song Ji was still alive, and his head rolled on the ground. It seemed like he was mumbling something, but without a body, he couldn't speak. Pei Ziyun's long sword moved like the wind and clouds. It was as if he didn't care about anything else. With a swing of his sword, he turned around and landed on a horsetail whisk. The horsetail whisk was sliced in half and scattered in all directions. The sect leader rushed over and looked at Pei Ziyun coldly. He then pointed a finger at him. You, how dare you? So it's the sect leader. I didn't see you just now. Please forgive me. Pei Ziyun's eyes were deep and his lips were smiling, yet he looked terrified. He then straightened his back. However, Song Ji has colluded with outsiders to assassinate me. That is a crime punishable by death. Not to mention, he killed more than 10 people in my mansion, and even tried to rape my woman. If I hadn't rushed over in time and broken through, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Everyone here can testify for me. Song Ji has been executed. Sect leader, please convict this man. Pei Ziyun did not retreat and instead spoke loudly. If you killed him in self-defense, that's fine. But Song Ji had clearly lost his ability to resist, and yet you still killed him. You've broken the sect's rules. You. The sect leader's face was flushed red. You killed him, and even after he's dead, you still want me to convict you. Pei Ziyun, the sect will judge fairly. Don't force the sect leader. Elder Chen stepped forward and spoke. Yu Yunjun was in a daze. Her own disciple was a highly skilled swordsman. She had known all along that he had opened the gates of heaven and become a Yin master. That was unbelievable. He had even killed Song Ji in front of the sect leader. Song Ji was a 10th level disciple, and was the senior brother of Free Cloud sect. Seeing the situation unfold before her, she stepped forward and scolded, Ziyun, how can you speak to the sect leader in such a manner? Apologize now. Song Ji colluded with outsiders to kill disciples of other sections. His sins cannot be washed away. Our sect has paradise. Don't tell me we don't have a place to punish him? 300 years after his death, Song Ji will not be able to escape. Sect leader, I shouldn't have disregarded your authority. Pei Ziyun stepped forward and apologized. The sect leader was trembling in anger. Good. Su Er. The sect leader of True Element sect appeared. Seeing her master, Yi Su Er hurriedly rushed forward and hugged her. Master, Song Ji wanted to humiliate me. Luckily Brother Pei killed him. Yi Su Er cried out. Hearing Yi Su Er's words, the sect leader's face fell. She listened carefully and her face turned cold. Li Hanji, is this how you teach and manage your sect? Do you think our true element sect is easy to bully? You have to give us an explanation. Elder Churn tried to smooth things over. Everyone, don't be angry, don't be agitated. Let's investigate the entire scene. These people have been dead for less than a minute, and the underworld didn't even bring their souls with them. This is a very simple matter. We can just summon them and ask them. And you, Pei Ziyun, since you've opened the gates of heaven, you should investigate your background as well. Only then can you be open and honest and clean. Speaking of which, Pei Ziyun had only been cultivating for 2 years and had already opened the gates of heaven and become a Yin master. Even Elder Chun found it hard to believe. Could it be that this Pei Ziyun had brought his skills to the sect? The sect leader nodded her head. This matter concerns both our sections. We should get to the bottom of it. Hearing these words, Pei Ziyun knew that the situation was set. At this point, the villagers had gathered and were all armed to the teeth. When they saw some familiar faces, they stopped. Pei Ziyun then turned to the village chief and said, "There were bandits who attacked us, and we killed them. Help us gather the corpses. As for my servants, leave them somewhere else. Buy a coffin for each of them, and compensate each family with 30 taels of silver. As for cleaning up the bloodstains, I'll leave it all to you." As he finished speaking, Pei Ziyun turned around and bowed. Elder Chen's words make sense. This disciple will cooperate. Chapter 157. Free Cloud Sect. Main Hall. Elder Zhang was the last one to enter the main hall. The hall was a little dark, and there were chairs on the left and right. The 2 rows of elders were seated respectfully, and in the center was an altar. The statue of the patriarch was glowing faintly. Elder Zhang hurriedly bowed to the patriarch and the sect leader. The sect leader did not give up his seat immediately. After some time, he said, "You're late, sit down." The sect leader coughed and said, "Everyone, since we can't come to a consensus, let's follow the rules. Let's invite the patriarch to take a look and vote." "I have no objections," Yu Yunjun replied. "Then let's begin." Someone lit a stick of incense and handed it to the sect leader. The sect leader looked at the incense burner before placing his hands into the incense burner. He then bowed his head and saw that the patriarch's statue was glowing brightly. An image of Pei Ziyun sat in front of the statue. The red light shone down from the statue, as though he was examining Pei Ziyun. Yu Yunjun clenched her fists tightly. She then looked around and realized that all the elders were looking at her. "Patriarch, does this person have any other powers, or did he bring any skills with him?" the sect leader asked. "This person has indeed only cultivated for 2 years, and has no other Dao skills." A voice could be heard, causing the sect leader's face to turn ashen. The red light flickered and was extinguished. Yu Yunjun then stood up. "Since that's the case, elders, please vote." Meditation room. Strictly speaking, this meditation room was not a place to imprison people. On the contrary, it was a place for Taoists to meditate. Outside the room, it was clear and crisp. There was only a bed, a table and a chair, and a teapot. The floor was made of soft wood, and no sound could be heard when one stepped on it. The room was filled with a fragrant aroma. Not a single window was opened, but the room was very airy. There were all sorts of exquisiteness, and it was indescribably pleasing to the eye. Pei Ziyun wore a white robe and sat on the bed. He looked like he was meditating, but at the same time, he looked like he was thinking about something. He seemed to be thinking about all the things that had happened recently. "There's no need to fear the patriarch's investigation. My foundation is very pure, and I've opened the gates of heaven and became a Yin master. Although I went overboard and killed Songji, it's not a big deal. I did it out of self-defense. What can the sect leader do about it? There are guards outside the meditation room at the mountain gate. This is for me to rest and to discuss how to solve the matter of me killing Songji." A plum blossom appeared in front of him, and an information interface appeared. Mission: destroy Xie Qingdong's forces in Ying Prefecture. Completed. Mission: break through the gate of heaven and become a direct disciple. Incomplete. Let's not talk about this first. Although I relied on my past life's experience to quickly transform my magical power, there are still some hidden dangers. They are not serious, but I need to gradually get rid of them. Just as he was deep in thought, he heard voices coming from outside. Do not speak loudly. I have something to discuss with my junior brother. Do you hear me? A voice rang out from outside. It was Chu Xia who was speaking to the Taoist priest outside. Little junior sister, Master has ordered that no one is to disturb junior brother Pei. A Taoist outside tried to dissuade her from entering the room. If you don't move aside, I shall complain to Master and senior uncle that you're bullying me. Chu Xia's voice rang out from outside. Don't. Little junior sister, go in. We won't stop you. It's just that Master is here. You have to speak up for us. You were the one who forced your way in, not the other way around. The Taoist priest outside had no choice but to speak up to Chu Xia. All right, I know. You don't have to say anything. I'll see what happens to my junior brother. Chu Xia replied impatiently. Chu Xia then pushed open the door and entered the room. She looked at Pei Ziyun and said, Junior brother, hurry and escape. I overheard the sect leader saying that he's going to punish you severely. He's going to cripple your cultivation level and kick you out of the sect. He said that you've disrespected the sect leader and violated the sect's rules. Pei Ziyun looked at the worried Chu Xia and laughed. Senior sister, don't worry. I know what to do. Junior brother, you've killed Song Ji. That's a violation of the sect's rules. Junior brother, are you sure you'll be fine? Chu Xia was still worried. Pei Ziyun smiled. The sect leader doesn't have the final say in Free Cloud sect. The other elders know very well. Besides, the patriarchs are watching over us. This matter won't go according to the sect leader's wishes. Pei Ziyun consoled Chu Xia as he heard someone calling out from outside, Senior uncle, senior uncle. Soon after, the two Taoist priests outside bowed to him. The door opened as Chu Xia tried to find a place to hide. It was Yu Yunjun. Pei Ziyun looked over and saw that Yu Yunjun's expression was normal. Yu Yunjun entered the room and saw Chu Xia inside. She frowned and didn't speak. She then looked at Pei Ziyun and spoke after some time. Ziyun, you've let this matter pass. No matter how despicable Song Ji was, he was still the sect leader's beloved disciple. Furthermore, he had good relations with the other elders. You've killed him. Although it affected the lives of the disciples of True Element sect, and you were in the right. However, your status as the honorary disciple will be tarnished. I can only give you the status of a core disciple. The punishment is to allow you to train outside for a year, and not return to the sect. This is your punishment for killing Song Ji. This time, your master can only fight for you until this point. Yu Yunjun's expression was somber. Many thanks, master. Pei Ziyun stood up and bowed. Such a punishment was not worth mentioning. This banishment was to prevent him from being a core disciple. He knew in his heart that although he was in the right, he had left a bad impression on the elders. This would hinder his chances of becoming the honorary disciple. However, regardless of whether it was because of the original owner or Yi Suer, Pei Ziyun could not tolerate it. Even if he had to pay the price, he had to kill Song Ji. However, this was a little shameful to Yu Yunjun, who had always treated him well. She had placed all her hopes on him. Ziyun, today is the day of your appointment. Do not clash with the sect leader. Although he is old and disrespectful, he is still the sect leader. He is the face of Free Cloud sect, and it would not be good to go against him. Yu Yunjun stood behind Pei Ziyun, helping him tidy up his robes. Master, I understand. Pei Ziyun stood in front of the mirror and said, You're still a core disciple now. When you become an Earth Immortal, you can get back at him. Yu Yunjun said as she tidied up his robes. Yes, master. Pei Ziyun heard Yu Yunjun's words and smiled. Indeed, it was better to have a master. Turn around and take a look, Yu Yunjun said. Pei Ziyun turned around and Yu Yunjun sized him up. Not bad, you look rather handsome. Within the main hall, the sect elders were seated on two sides. The sect leader sat on the highest seat. He had an unfriendly expression on his face, and did not look happy at all. Outside the main hall, many disciples were gathered around. This time, senior brother Song Ji had been killed by this junior brother. It was said that this junior brother's sweetheart was involved, and many of the disciples had never seen Pei Ziyun before. Hence, they wanted to meet this three-headed and six-armed junior brother of theirs. Yu Yunjun sat down. Soon after, Pei Ziyun walked into the main hall from outside. The crowd split up and looked at Pei Ziyun from head to toe. As Pei Ziyun walked into the main hall, the sect leader's expression turned gloomy. An elder by the side shouted out, "Core disciple, the appointment ceremony shall begin." As soon as the elder's words were spoken, the statue on top of the main hall lit up. The patriarch was looking at the main hall from paradise. Pei Ziyun has broken through the gates of heaven, and is now a core disciple. A disciple within the hall carried out a seal and presented it to the sect leader. You're already a core disciple. From now on, you have to prioritize the sect over everything else. Do not make a mistake. The sect leader's face was expressionless. His eyes were as deep as an ancient well. He held the seal in his hands as he spoke. Yes, sect leader. Pei Ziyun bowed and received the seal. As soon as Pei Ziyun received the seal, a wong sound was heard. His vision blurred, and the image of the patriarch appeared on top of the statue. A white-haired Taoist with a white beard held a horsetail whisk in his hands. When he saw Pei Ziyun receive the seal, he waved the horsetail whisk, and a piece of paradise appeared behind him. Within paradise there were many palaces, and there seemed to be a huge mountain within. All these images flashed by, as if they were resonating with the seal in Pei Ziyun's hands. As the horsetail whisk waved, a wave of spiritual energy landed on Pei Ziyun's body. The Yin Master within his physical body opened his eyes, and a Taoist robe appeared. He held a seal in his hands, and faintly resonated with paradise. In my previous life, I brought my skills into the sect, and was not taught anything. However, the senior grand uncle's memories do have this. This is the pass to paradise. If my physical body is destroyed, I can enter paradise. With the seal in his hands, every breath he took resonated with paradise. Pei Ziyun stepped forward and bowed. Thank you, senior grand uncle. Thank you, sect leader. Thank you, elders. No wonder. Becoming a Yin Master is the only way to become a core disciple. If you don't become a Yin Master when you die, you'll just be a normal soul. So what if you enter paradise? The ceremony is complete. The elders saw that Pei Ziyun had finished bowing and shouted out. He had officially become a core disciple. The divine light on the statue dimmed and disappeared. The sect leader didn't say anything else. He turned around and left. The surrounding elders and disciples all came up to congratulate him. Junior brother, you're already a Yin Master, and I'm only at the 7th level. When will I ever catch up to you? Chu Xia stood outside of the crowd and did not join them. She looked at Pei Ziyun and felt a little sad. After the congratulations had dispersed, Pei Ziyun walked out of the main hall. A plum blossom appeared in front of him, as it grew bigger and bigger. It then transformed into an information interface. Mission: break through the gates of heaven, become a core disciple, completed. Both missions had been completed. But as soon as he clicked on the button to accept it, a plum blossom would appear between his eyebrows. Although it would disappear after a few seconds, it was still a mark. Pei Ziyun was prepared to leave the sect before he clicked on it. At this point, Chu Xia caught up to him and tugged at his robes. She was clearly unhappy. Senior sister, what's the matter? Pei Ziyun looked at Chu Xia and asked. He was curious as to who had angered her to make her look so upset. "Junior brother, let me hug you." Chu Xia approached Pei Ziyun and hugged him. Pei Ziyun wanted to struggle out of her embrace, but when he thought of how Chu Xia was acting, he allowed her to hug him. At this point, a sigh could be heard. Chu Xia, who was hugging Pei Ziyun, released him as if she had been electrocuted. Yu Yunjun looked at Chu Xia before looking at Pei Ziyun. "Ziyun, what are your plans now?" "Master, since the sect has made a decision, I shall leave the sect. I have some ideas, and would like to seek Master's help." Pei Ziyun then said, "Chu Xia, Liao Qingyi, and He Qingqing, please bring them here." He then handed over a jade bottle. "Master, take a look." Chapter 158. Crown Prince's Mansion. According to the rules of the dynasty, the Crown Prince's mansion was the most majestic out of all the other princes. The walls were covered in dark red moss, and in the middle of the mansion was a silver hall. The Crown Prince was a refined man who kept a low profile and rarely interacted with officials. At this point, there was an endless stream of horses and carriages. Outside the mansion, the lights were shining brightly. Hundreds of officials were standing at the entrance of the mansion, presenting gifts and registering their names. An official was handing over an invitation when he heard the sound of horses galloping. He hurriedly stepped aside, only to see a white-faced eunuch leading the feathered cloth guards. "His Majesty has an edict," the eunuch shouted. "Hurry, hurry and inform the Crown Prince His Highness." The officer guarding the door shouted out as he ran into the courtyard to look for the Crown Prince. Your Highness, the Emperor has bestowed a gift upon you." A eunuch came to the door and reported. "This little kid is really blessed." The Crown Prince was playing with the baby as he laughed before he turned around and left. According to the rules of the dynasty, when a prince was given a name, he would be conferred a title at the age of 1 year. However, the Crown Prince's son was different. According to the rules, he would be conferred the title of Regional Commander first, following which, he would be conferred the title of Duke, Prefecture Prince, and King. The white-faced eunuch announced the Emperor's edict and bestowed the Crown Prince with a yellow jade ornament. This ornament had always been a favorite of the Emperor. "Thank you." The Crown Prince returned to his room and carried the baby back to the eunuch. If Pei Ziyun was here, he would have realized that she was the woman he had met when he went to the capital city. The Crown Prince looked at his son and was overjoyed. He stretched out a finger to play with him. "Little kid, your grandfather the Emperor really dotes on you. You're only 1 month old, and he's already conferred you the title of Regional Commander. Even I don't have such honor. How old are you, and yet you're jealous of your own son? Take your hand away." The eunuch looked at the Crown Prince and laughed. All right, I'm not jealous. The Crown Prince smiled when he heard what the eunuch said. "I've waited for so many years, and now I'm finally a father. It's all thanks to you that you gave birth to an imperial grandson for me. You've done a great service for my family." The Crown Prince held the Liang Yuan's hand tightly and said, "His Majesty has issued an imperial edict, promoting you to be the Liangdi, but this cannot be praised. Your father, I will ask the imperial court to confer posthumously." According to the system of the Great Su dynasty, the Crown Prince had 1 Crown Princess, 2 imperial concubines, and 6 imperial ladies. When the Crown Prince ascended to the throne, the imperial concubine would be one of the 4 imperial concubines. As for the daughters, they did not count in the political sense. So although the Crown Prince had 2 daughters, he said that it was his first time being a father. "Yes, this is my duty," the imperial concubine replied in a low voice. "Qingying," the Crown Prince called out to the woman in front of him. The concubine lowered her head shyly. Looking at the woman's expression, he couldn't help but kiss her. After a long time, the Crown Prince finally let go of the woman in front of him. Liangdi's face flushed red and she looked a little shy. Crown Prince, although the child is already 1 month old, you still have to be careful. Ever since I was pregnant with the child, I've been attacked multiple times. If it weren't for the protection I received from many parties, I'm afraid the child and I would not have been able to keep our lives. Especially last year, when I was visiting my parents, I was ambushed. Luckily, I was protected. If not, the child and I would not have been able to live. The imperial concubine leaned into the crown prince's embrace and spoke softly. The child seemed to feel something as well, and when he heard his mother's words, he started crying loudly. Chem, I've already investigated what happened that year. I'm afraid it was my good brother who did it. I've also investigated the swordsman who saved you. It was the top scorer of Ing Prefecture, Pei Ziyun. So it was him. He saved my grandson, and we have to repay him, the imperial concubine said. The crown prince's eyes resembled the eyes of the emperor when he was young. He was extremely happy as he nodded his head. If he's meritorious, he has to be rewarded. If he's guilty, he has to be punished. We have to get rid of all the secret agents within the palace as well. Initially, the child was still in the womb, and I did not wish to kill too many people, as I was afraid that it would affect the harmony of the heavens. Now that the child is 1 month old, it's time to do all these things. The crown prince's words were calm, yet carried a sense of awe. The crown prince picked up the brush and wrote down the name. When he wrote down Pei Ziyun's name, he hesitated. Pei Ziyun is a man of great talent. He wrote down the strategy of exterminating the pirates, and has many poems that have been passed down through generations. Even my father, the emperor, has praised him. It's a pity that he's entered a Taoist sect. Wouldn't it be great if I could take him under my wing? The crown prince looked at the imperial concubine and said, "In front of you, I shall not talk about the affairs of the nation." Hearing the crown prince's words, the imperial concubine laughed out, as if she was thinking of something. "I've heard that Taoist sects confer titles as well. They are Tao masters and true sovereigns. Your Highness, you can give this kid the title of Tao master. That would be a form of repayment." When the crown prince heard the imperial concubine's words, he hesitated for some time before speaking. "This person saved my son and you. Naturally, he should be conferred the title of Tao Master. But the imperial court has its own rules. Only the sect leader of the Taoist sect can be conferred the title of enlightened being, and only those who have made great contributions can be conferred the title of enlightened being. He is a Taoist, and it is not appropriate for him to be given an official title. How about this? We can confer the title to his parent. This is more suitable than directly rewarding him." The crown prince thought about it for a while before saying this. In his heart, he felt that this merit was similar to protecting the emperor from the heavens. Not to mention being a spiritual master, he could even be conferred the title of a true lord. However, after being the crown prince for so many years, he knew very well that he was not the emperor and could not afford to be careless. When the imperial concubine heard this, she replied, "Let the crown prince make the decision." How would this concubine understand such things? Hearing these words, the crown prince smiled and filled in the name list. Dark Altar Taoist Temple. Xie Qingdong hurried over. Xie Qingdong had just entered the temple when he saw the blind Taoist. The blind Taoist was in a terrible state. His body was charred black, and there was a strong aura of death around him. "Young master, there was a sudden flash of lightning and thunder yesterday. The lightning struck the Taoist temple, and the Taoist priest was struck by it. That's why he became like this," the guard at the side reported. "What?" When Xie Qingdong heard the guard's words, his face fell. He then asked coldly, "Why didn't you report to me yesterday?" The guard trembled as he replied, "Young master, this was the Taoist priest's request. He told us not to look for young master. Young master had ordered us to listen to the Taoist priest's orders. We didn't dare to disobey." "Bastard!" Xie Qingdong's expression was ugly as he scolded the guard. The Taoist priest seemed to have heard some noise as he woke up from his sleep. He tried to move his body but was unable to get up. He then asked softly, "Is young Master Xie here?" His voice was hoarse and hoarse. "All of you, get out of here." Xie Qingdong saw that the Taoist priest had awoken and gave the order to the guard beside him. The guard then retreated out of the room. Xie Qingdong's expression softened as he leaned over to the Taoist. The blind Taoist was panting as he spoke. "Young master, are you here because of Pei Ziyun and my disciple?" "Yesterday I had a feeling that my disciple, Shi Muzhong, had been forced by Pei Ziyun to reveal the secrets of the heavens. Pei Ziyun was the source of the backlash from the heavens. The moment he revealed the secrets of the heavens, I suffered the wrath of the heavens. If it weren't for the protection of my patriarchs and paradise, I wouldn't even be able to survive." The blind Taoist spoke hoarsely. Hearing the blind Taoist's words, Xie Qingdong fell silent. "I received news today that Pei Ziyun has become a Yin master. Not only did he kill Songji, he also killed Shi Muzhong and Qin Gao. Yin Prefecture's stronghold has basically been uprooted." Hearing these words, the blind Taoist started coughing violently. "This person is my greatest enemy. I have to get rid of him. What do you think I should do?" Xie Qingdong didn't seem to mind. He then sat down beside the blind Taoist and asked softly. The blind Taoist fell silent for some time before coughing violently again. He then said, "This person has become a Yin master. We have to think of a way to stop him from advancing further. The foundation of an earth immortal lies in paradise. Without paradise, one cannot become an earth immortal. Sowing discord, destroying and occupying Free Cloud Sect's paradise. All of these would cause him to lose all hope of advancing further, especially since he has already used Free Cloud Sect's Tao arts to become a Yin master. This is the mark of Tao arts. Besides Free Cloud Sect, who else would be able to accept him? This isn't just because of the differences between sections. It's also because of the nature of Tao arts. Other Tao arts would find it difficult to assimilate them into paradise. But regardless of whether it's sowing discord, destroying or occupying, it's not going to be easy. Especially since the patriarchs of Free Cloud Sect have been bestowed the title of True Sovereign. Their powers have increased tremendously, making them even more difficult to deal with." "You're right. It's not going to be easy." When Xie Qingdong heard this, he laughed out. His face was cold, "But it's not too difficult to deal with them. Our sect has been accumulating strength for a long time. We've long had the intention of conquering all the Taoist sections. What does a mere Free Cloud Sect amount to? As long as the sect pays attention to this sect, we'll be the first to conquer it. So what if this mere Free Cloud Sect has a true sovereign? It's like a mantis trying to stop a chariot." Hearing Xie Qingdong's words, the blind Taoist coughed and said, "Young master, perhaps we can sow discord between them and attack them from both sides. No matter how talented Pei Ziyun is, he will not be able to become a Yin master." When Xie Qingdong heard this, he laughed. He then changed the topic. "However, we don't have to be too anxious. Do you know that King Lu is enraged?" "King Lu is enraged?" The blind Taoist did not understand. Xie Qingdong glanced at him and thought to himself, "So there's something you're not familiar with as well." All of a sudden, he felt as though a huge weight had been lifted from his shoulders. He then laughed. "I've followed your instructions and got to know King Lu. All these years, I've helped King Lu pave his way. All the chess pieces in the 18 prefectures were not for me, but rather for King Lu. Pei Ziyun has continuously removed the chess pieces. Not only has he offended me, he's offended King Lu as well. Even so, King Lu is a magnanimous person. He likes talented people and has the disposition of a wise ruler. According to what I know, he still admires Pei Ziyun. Who knows, he might even let him off. But this time, Pei Ziyun has committed a capital crime. He saved the crown prince's mistress, and even gave birth to a grandson. The emperor himself likes the crown prince very much. But why has he allowed King Lu to expand his influence all these years? It's because the crown prince has no sons, and King Lu already has 3 sons. For the sake of the empire, the emperor has no other choice. Now that the crown prince has a son, the emperor's attitude towards him will change. In other words, even if Pei Ziyun didn't do it intentionally, he has already forced King Lu into a corner. What do you think King Lu will do? Hearing Xie Qingdong's words, the blind Taoist was filled with fear. After some time, he sighed, "Young master's words are worth 10 years of studying. Mister, is there any other way to save you?" Xie Qingdong's eyes gleamed as he looked at the blind Taoist and asked. The blind Taoist laughed bitterly. "Young master, there's no way to save me. I only have a few years left to live. I can only hang on for a little longer. I can only count on young master to become an immortal." Cough cough. When Xie Qingdong heard this, he fell silent. After some time he sighed, "Rest well. I shall send someone to deliver some pills to you tomorrow. Take them, and it might help you." Xie Qingdong then left the room. When he reached the door, he instructed, "No one is to disturb Mister's rest. If anything happens, report to me immediately." "Yes, young master," the guard outside replied loudly. Within the monastery, only the blind Taoist was left coughing. His breathing was weak. As the door closed, the entire monastery was plunged into darkness once again. Chapter 159. Grand Princess Mansion. The Canton Princess wore light makeup as she laid on the chair, focusing on her drawing. "Stop fooling around, Xiao Yun." The Canton Princess who was drawing was blindfolded by a pair of hands. The person who loved to mess around with the Canton Princess was her personal maid, Xiao Yun. The Canton Princess stretched out her hands to push her away. The Canton Princess tried to push her away, but the Canton Princess did not budge. She then pretended to be angry and said, I knew it was you. Why are you still messing around? Be careful that I don't tell Mother and she will hit you." The Canton Princess pushed away the hands that were covering her eyes. She looked up and saw that it was her mother, the Grand Princess. So it was her mother who had come to play with her. The Canton Princess was shocked. She then bowed to her mother. "So it's Mother. You little rascal, you're still so polite when you see your mother." The Grand Princess stretched out a finger and poked the Canton Princess on her forehead. "Mother, it hurts." The Canton Princess pursed her lips as she rubbed her forehead. "You little rascal, I didn't even use any strength. How can it hurt?" The Grand Princess pretended to be angry. "Mother, I'm just joking." The Canton Princess pulled her mother's arm as she spoke. When the Grand Princess saw the Canton Princess acting this way, she laughed out. She then sat beside the Canton Princess and looked at her drawing. It was a picture of a pair of mandarin ducks playing in the water. It was extremely lifelike and looked very intimate. Looking at the drawing, the Grand Princess sighed, You still haven't let go." As she said this, her face was filled with loneliness. The Canton Princess had tried to persuade her many times, but she still hadn't let go. When the Grand Princess looked at the drawing, it was as though she could see through the Canton Princess's heart. "Mother, it's not that. I'm just drawing a pair of mandarin ducks. You're always thinking too much. Ever since he left on the boat, I haven't thought about him. Why are you still trying to persuade me?" The Canton Princess refused to budge. "I gave birth to you and raised you. Do you think I don't understand you?" The Grand Princess walked closer and caressed the Canton Princess's cheeks. "Look at you. It's only been a few months and you've lost so much weight. Mother's heart hurts." The Grand Princess looked at the Canton Princess and said, "Mother, don't say any more." The Canton Princess heard the Grand Princess's words and felt a sense of sadness in her heart. Recently, Mother received another poem. It was written by that person. The eldest princess took out a piece of poem. "Mother, let me see." Hearing the eldest princess's words, the young Canton princess's eyes lit up. She reached out to take the piece of paper with the poem written on it. She held the poem in her hand and read it from top to bottom. When she read that the blue sea moon pearl had tears, she choked with sobs. It was as if she was that mermaid, turning into drops of pearls as she cried. Can this feeling become a memory? But at that time I was already at a loss. He wrote it for his childhood sweetheart? Does that mean we won't meet again? The Canton princess looked at her mother and asked. There seemed to be a glimmer of hope in her eyes. Her poem was filled with sorrow and regret. It was as if she was recounting the long time they had missed each other, and she was sighing as someone who would be sad in the future. The Grand Princess looked at the Canton princess. I know what you're thinking in your heart. However, this poem wasn't written for the person he loved. It was written for the aunt of the person he loved. It's been said that this aunt is very picky, and didn't want him to write a poem that was meant to be sarcastic. Humph, he's so good, why are you still being picky? When the Canton princess heard the news, she stood up from the Grand Princess' embrace. Her face was filled with indignation. You're the one who said you didn't forget. Who asked you to be so stubborn? The Grand Princess spoke, her eyes were filled with worry. Her daughter had only seen her a few times, and yet her feelings for him were so deep. What should she do? Mother, what happened after that? Tell me. The Canton princess stretched out her hands to push the Grand Princess away. After that, the aunt of the person he loved was betrothed to him, and didn't find fault with him. He was a heartbroken person. The Grand Princess sighed as she spoke. When the Emperor heard about this, he was speechless for a long time. The Grand Princess said. Hearing the Grand Princess' words, the Canton Princess started laughing as well. The Canton Princess laughed for some time before realizing something. She stared at her mother. Mother, are you trying to trick me today? At first, you didn't even allow me to ask my servants to find out more about him. Why are you telling me all this now? Are you trying to make me forget him? You're getting thinner and thinner every day. You're thinner, and your mother's heart aches. The Grand Princess gently pulled the Canton Princess into her embrace. He has his sweetheart and his own life. You've never truly entered his world. No matter how much you miss him, he won't know. Mother, don't say any more. You're making me sad. The Canton Princess leaned into the Grand Princess' embrace and started crying. She couldn't stop her tears. Perhaps it was because she hadn't slept well for many days, or perhaps it was because she had heard the news. She cried until she fell asleep. Seeing that the Canton Princess had fallen asleep, the Grand Princess and the serving maid carried the Canton Princess to her bed. For the next few days, prepare food for the Canton Princess. Talk to her more. Do you hear me? The moment they left the house, the Grand Princess's face fell as she shouted at the serving maid. Yes, Your Highness. The serving maid knelt down on the ground, trembling as she replied. Within the house, the Canton Princess opened her eyes and sat up from her bed. She then picked up a brush and started painting Pei Ziyun's face. She was tearing up. She wasn't careful, and a single tear fell from her eyelashes onto the painting, causing it to look blurry. She then covered her face and started crying. The Grand Princess turned a corner and took out a letter from her robes. She then handed it to the serving maid. Pass this poem to Count Zhongqin. Let him read it. Let's see what he thinks and sees. Yes, Your Highness. The serving maid received the poem and turned around to pass the letter to the Count's mansion. Grand Princess, why did you have to bring up this matter today? The Canton Princess is already frail and haggard. To be so sad is not good for her health. The old serving maid beside the Grand Princess spoke out. The Canton Princess had been brought up by the old serving maid. Before they conquered the world, they were neighbors. Seeing the state the Canton Princess was in, the old serving maid was extremely sad. Hearing the words of the old serving maid, The Grand Princess' eyes flashed with a look of helplessness. It's better to get the pain over with. The Crown Prince's reward is a good thing, but it might not be a good thing for Pei Ziyun. He's going to die soon, and she suddenly hears the news. It's better to expose the truth now and let her give up. If not, I don't know how she'll live. If Pei Ziyun doesn't die this time, when the Crown Prince ascends the throne, he will be rewarded. Who knows, he might even be able to be with her. No matter if it's good or bad, we have to expose the truth. AI, the affairs of the imperial family, so what if you can see through them? You still have no choice. Don't tell anyone else. The Grand Princess sighed before walking away. Yes, Your Highness. This old servant understands. The old serving maid replied. Count Zhongqin's mansion, is Count Zhongqin around? The serving maid asked as the ox cart stopped outside Count Zhongqin's mansion. You are? The inner door of the mansion opened and a man walked out. He bowed to the serving maid. I am the serving maid of the Grand Princess's mansion. The Grand Princess has ordered me to deliver this letter to you. The serving maid stepped forward and showed the token on her waist to the front of the mansion. She then handed the letter over to the man, who hurriedly inspected the token and received the letter before entering the mansion. As soon as he entered the mansion, he could hear the sounds of a zither playing. This man seemed to know where Count Zhongqin was, as he ran towards the garden. After passing through several corridors, he could see that there was a waterside pavilion in the middle of the garden. There were white marble railings and a stone bridge. Beneath the willow tree, there were stone tables and bamboo chairs. Master Count, a serving maid from the Grand Princess's mansion delivered a letter to you. The man stepped forward and handed the letter over. Count Zhongqin was feeding the goldfishes in the pond when he raised his eyebrows. He had a curious look on his face. Why would the Grand Princess send me a letter all of a sudden? Count Zhongqin received the letter and took a look at it. There are 50 strings to the zither, each string and each pillar is a remembrance of the past. The first thing he saw was a poem. As he read on, Count Zhongqin's eyebrows were raised, as if he was savoring the words. When he finished reading the letter, he noticed that the sect leader of True Elements sect had made things difficult for Pei Ziyun. Pei Ziyun had taken a few steps to compose this poem. When he finished reading, Count Zhongqin sighed. Each string and each pillar is a remembrance of the past. It's not like I'm reminiscing about the past. It's just that I've let True Elements sect down. These words came out of nowhere, causing Count Zhongqin to scratch his head. Master? Did the eldest princess write something important in her letter? Why are you like this? The butler looked at his Count Zhongqin and asked. It's nothing much. It's just that the Grand Princess sent me a poem, and I felt a little sad when I read it. Count Zhongqin replied. Master Count, who wrote this poem? I've only heard a few lines, and it's indeed exquisite. Why don't you comment on it? The butler beside him started to fawn over him. There's no need. Count Zhongqin spoke calmly, causing the housekeeper to be puzzled. Count Zhongqin had always loved to read poems, and had collected many of Pei Ziyun's poems. Why was this poem behaving in such a manner? The butler stood by his side and was worried, but didn't dare to ask any questions. King Lu was enraged, and sent out a special envoy to lead the troops. He's already a dead man, and there's no need to comment on it. Why did the Grand Princess send this letter to me? What does she want? Count Zhongqin thought to himself. It can't be that she's just making fun of me, right? Wait a minute. Could it be that the Grand Princess still has a sliver of hope? Does she think that Pei Ziyun can survive under King Lu's wrath until the Crown Prince ascends the throne? Count Zhongqin's eyes lit up, as though he had understood something. He then laughed out loud. As a count who had participated in the founding of the nation, he had seen many wars and military affairs. He understood that under such circumstances, if King Lu were to kill Pei Ziyun, nobody would stop him. Not the emperor, not the crown prince, not the grand princess, and not anyone else. Even if Pei Ziyun was famous throughout the lands, Pei Ziyun's only hope was to struggle and survive until the crown prince ascends the throne. At that point, the crown prince would reward him handsomely, and give him the right to marry the Canton princess. Was it strange? No, this was politics. The grand princess is a woman after all. She still has a sliver of hope, and her heart has softened towards her daughter. However, if Pei Ziyun really survives, so what if I recommend him? He can still win the favor of the grand princess, the crown prince, the concubine, and even the emperor's grandson. Then, now, struggle and live on. Count Zhongqin stretched out his hands and tossed the letter into the pond. The goldfish in the pond thought that it was delicious, and swarmed over, surrounding the letter and pecking at it. The letter floated in all directions as the goldfish pecked at it, and sank into the water. Chapter 160. Snail Village, Pei Mansion. The princes of the capital all had their own rules. The princes had 20 mu, the dukes had 15 mu, and the dukes, marquises, and earls had 10 mu. However, the countryside was not particular about this. The rebuilt Pei residence occupied 8 mu of land, which could be considered as avoiding arousing suspicion. A third of it was turned into a garden, with a pool of water in the garden that was connected to the river, and was surrounded by corridors. Artificial mountains, lakes, and rocks were distributed, and there were also peach, orchid, chrysanthemum, and plum blossoms planted to appreciate the 4 seasons. There were also bamboo and banana trees. It's not bad at all, but it's a pity that it's stained with blood after a massacre. When Pei Ziyun reached his room, he saw that there was no one around. He then extended his finger, and a plum blossom appeared in front of him. It grew bigger and bigger until it became a translucent information interface, floating in front of him. Mission: break through the gate of heaven and become a direct disciple, completed. He stretched out his finger and with a boom, a plum blossom appeared between his brows. First, a white petal appeared, followed by a red petal, and finally a yellow petal. Unfortunately, it was a transparent shadow. The plum blossom remained motionless between the eyebrows and disappeared after a while, as if it had never existed. The range of the legacy has expanded? Being able to absorb the legacy of an Earth immortal, that's not bad. It's just that how would I be able to find the legacy of an Earth immortal? It's too rare, too rare. It's basically impossible to find one. Pei Ziyun sighed. To him, this reward was of little value. Just as Pei Ziyun was deep in thought, he felt a buzzing sound, as if many memories were surfacing in his mind. So it turns out that once one becomes a Yin master, their main focus is to use their divine abilities. Sect leader banished me for a year just because he didn't teach me divine arts? There's no such part in Marshal Granduncle's memories. Marshal Granduncle Xiang must be from Nanli, so it was hidden and not passed down. AI, divine powers and Dao arts are different. Dao arts have to be used in order to be effective. Divine powers, on the other hand, are like fixed skills. Once mastered, they can be maintained for a long period of time. No wonder Yin masters are so different. So there's more to it than meets the eye. There's still another mission, right? I can't possibly complete the yellow petals today, right? Pei Ziyun stretched out his finger and tapped on the information interface. The mission appeared: destroy Xie Qingdong's forces in Ying Prefecture, completed. Pei Ziyun tapped again, indicating that he was retrieving it. Buzz. Sure enough, the petal wasn't completed, but some new information flooded in. Another memory. Pei Ziyun downed his cup of wine in one gulp. He paused for a moment and stared off into the distance. If he was happy just now, then he was shocked. So the emperor died in the 13th year of his reign, and the temple was named Taizu. According to the original owner's history, the crown prince never had a son. The various kings fought for the throne, especially King Lu. Xie Qingdong had long since pledged his allegiance to King Lu. After King Lu ascended the throne, he was conferred the title of a true sovereign, and led all the Taoist sects under the heavens. That was how he was able to wipe out all the Taoist sects and become the alliance leader. Finally, his fleshly body became a sage. Pei Ziyun's expression changed. It seemed like the chess pieces of the 18 prefectures had not only responded to Dark Altar sect, but also to the revolution of the imperial Qi. They had helped King Lu gather information and cooperated with him. Unknowingly, he had been dragged into the battle between the Crown Prince and King Lu. Pei Ziyun stood there for a long time before he sucked in a breath of cold air and mumbled to himself, "Fate really makes fools of us." All of a sudden, Pei Ziyun understood what was going on. The memories of the past and present lives were linked together. It was a vast and boundless heavenly secret that no one could stop. However, as he inserted himself into it, it was as though everything was mixed up, and he could no longer see clearly. When the heavens unleash their killing intent, the stars shift. When the earth unleash its killing intent, dragons and snakes rise from the land. When humans unleash their killing intent, the heavens and earth turn upside down. When the heavens and men unite, the foundations are set in stone. I have to gain the support of those close to me. I have no way of avoiding this calamity. Pei Ziyun muttered to himself as his face turned gloomy. The original owner had never thought that he would hide so many important memories. No wonder he kept feeling that something was amiss. The original owner was betrayed, and was deeply engraved in his heart. He was afraid that I wouldn't be willing to give up and complete the mission. Hence, he set up all sorts of restrictions, such as concealing Dao techniques and the secrets of the Yin masters. All I wanted was to take advantage of the original owner, and yet refuse to avenge him. That means I would rather die along with the secret than hand it over. Original owner, oh original owner, you've put so much effort into this, and yet all this has happened out of nowhere. Should I thank you, or should I hate you? Pei Ziyun asked. If it were an ordinary person, they wouldn't have thought much of it. However, Pei Ziyun knew very well how terrifying the Emperor's power was. He stood there for a long time before walking out. Master, this spiritual medicine contains spiritual energy. It can cleanse the physical body and increase one's intelligence. It can also change one's foundation. It's very suitable for senior sister. Pei Ziyun looked at his master as he handed her a jade bottle. Yu Yunjun received the jade bottle and opened it. A faint fragrance wafted out from within the bottle. Just by smelling it, she felt much more refreshed. This is a medicinal pill made from spiritual medicine? Yu Yunjun looked at Pei Ziyun in shock. She hadn't heard of such a thing happening in the cultivation world for hundreds of years. Yes, it's a medicinal pill that I came across. It can improve one's physique. It's because of this medicinal pill that I was able to break through the gates of heaven and become a Yin master. Pei Ziyun said, giving himself a reason to improve so quickly. So that's how it is. No wonder you've improved so quickly. It's all because of this good fortune. I was right. But do you know that spiritual medicine is very beneficial to a Yin master? Yu Yunjun looked at Pei Ziyun and asked, Master, I've already broken through the gates of heaven, and can slowly increase my spiritual energy. This little bit of intelligence is just icing on the cake for me. Although senior sister's improvement is very fast, her talent isn't the best. This medicinal pill can help senior sister improve her talent. In the future, breaking through the gates of heaven and becoming a Yin master would be much easier. Hearing Pei Ziyun's words, Yu Yunjun smiled. You're very kind. I shall accept it on behalf of your senior sister. At this point, the door opened and Chu Xiao walked in. Her face was full of smiles as she looked at Pei Ziyun. Thank you, junior brother. You're the best. Senior sister, why do you always like to eavesdrop? It's not a good habit. Pei Ziyun looked at Chu Xia, feeling a headache coming on. If I hadn't eavesdropped, I wouldn't have known that junior brother had secretly prepared such a huge gift for me. Chu Xia frowned as she spoke. Master, there's no time like the present. With this spiritual pill in our hands, we can't avoid the attention of others. Why don't we let senior sister consume it, and we can protect her? Pei Ziyun said. Yu Yunjun paced back and forth before looking at Chu Xia. She then patted her head affectionately. Since you've said so, let's consume it. There were 2 more pills left for He Qingqing and Liao Qingyi to use. Pei Ziyun thought to himself, time waits for no man. In a quiet room Yu Yunjun stood guard by his side. Chu Xia retrieved the spiritual pill and consumed it. She then sat down in the quiet room and felt a warm sensation spreading throughout her body. Her breathing became steady and her mind became clearer and clearer. An indescribable feeling started to form within her. After some time, the effects of the pill started to spread. Chu Xia's body was covered in dirt and filth. She could feel her stomach rumbling and her nose was filled with a foul stench. Chu Xia hurriedly got up and went to the toilet. Yu Yunjun smiled and asked the person standing guard, "Is the hot water ready?" "The hot water in the room is ready. Senior sister is going to have a hard time." Pei Ziyun looked at Yu Yunjun. The spiritual pill had cleansed her body of impurities. Chu Xia had plenty of time to freshen up. Yu Yunjun then turned around and spoke to Pei Ziyun. "Come here, I have something to ask you." "Yes." Pei Ziyun followed Yu Yunjun down a corridor. Yu Yunjun's eyes were filled with a smile as she tapped on the railing and asked, "Ever since you came down from the mountain, you've been frowning. Is it because of the sect leader?" Pei Ziyun smiled bitterly and was about to speak when Yu Yunjun looked at him and spoke. "You don't have to worry. You're already a core disciple, and the sect leader can't be removed so easily. However, he's still the sect leader after all. Hence, the elder has punished you for a year. You just have to go out and play for a year." "Yes," Pei Ziyun replied. His face was filled with a bitter smile. He had been misunderstood. He then thought to himself, "What I'm worried about is young Master Xie and King Lu's palace. How can I break out of this situation? This is a huge matter, and not something that Holy Jail Sect or Ji Bei Ho can compare to." Just as he was thinking about this, there was a commotion outside the door. There was even the sound of drums being beaten. Pei Ziyun frowned as he walked out of the door. When he reached the door, he saw a bailiff rushing over. "Master Top Scorer, an imperial edict has arrived today. Would Master Top Scorer please prepare yourself? In 2 hours, an angel will announce the edict." "Why is there an imperial edict?" Pei Ziyun handed over 5 taels of silver as he asked. The bailiff took the 5 taels of silver and replied softly, "I have no idea. However, I've heard that this matter involves Master Top Scorer and your father. You've been bestowed with a title." "Bestowed with a title?" Pei Ziyun paused for some time before he understood. To a living person, it was a title. To a dead person, it was a gift. Although he didn't know why the emperor would suddenly bestow a title, he was someone who had studied etiquette before. He then instructed, quick, call He Qingqing over." He Qingqing wasn't far from him. At this point, she hurried over. "Young chieftain, what instructions do you have for me?" "Bring some men and open the main door of the ancestral temple. Clean it up immediately." "Yes." Seeing that He Qingqing had left, Pei Ziyun immediately changed into his top scorer's robes. It was said that the new imperial examinees were required to travel to the capital for the 2nd year's examinations. They were also required to purchase their robes and insignia. The imperial examinees' robes were very similar to the robes of an official. He then turned to the village chief and instructed, "Hurry up and clean the roads. Sprinkle some water to get rid of the dust. Everyone else, stay at home and do not walk around." The village chief's legs were trembling as he acknowledged the order. When everything was done, Pei Ziyun walked towards the ancestral temple. Although this temple had only been built for a year, it didn't look like it had been built for a long time. Standing at the bottom of the stairs, Pei Ziyun took in 2 deep breaths of cold air. He then entered the temple and looked at the few memorial tablets on the table. He lit up a stick of incense and waited for it to burn. At this point, he could hear voices coming from outside. The remaining memorial tablets were moved to the side, leaving only 1 tablet. Originally, there wasn't much of a difference in status. However, now that there was an imperial edict bestowed upon him, everything was different. This wasn't fake. There was a huge difference in status between the people of the underworld. This was a gift. Pei Ziyun wanted to say something, but he remained silent. How could he tell the memorial tablet that his fate had entered a perilous and unpredictable place? He sighed and lit up another stick of incense before turning around and walking out. Chapter 161. The doors to the ancestral hall were wide open. Pei Ziyun and the distant relatives of the Pei family were waiting in front of the hall. A white-faced eunuch stepped forward, accompanied by an imperial bodyguard. He looked at the incense burner table in front of the ancestral hall and nodded, not lacking in manners. "Receive the edict." The eunuch held the imperial edict with both hands and walked forward to stand in front of the incense burner table. "Long live the emperor." Pei Ziyun, Pei Qianshi and the rest of the Pei clan all knelt down. The edict states, "Ing Prefecture's high scholar, Yun's father, has cultivated and plowed the land. He is filial and does not forget his parent. His bow is still there, and should be engraved in the ground. He bestows upon you the title of scholar. His mother, Lady Qian, has worked hard to raise you, and has endured many hardships. Thus, he bestows upon you the title of Ruren. Receive the decree." The eunuch said, "Thank you, long live the emperor." Pei Ziyun and the rest of the people bowed again. The guard stepped forward, holding a silver tray with both hands. On the tray was a set of 7th-ranked children's clothing. Although it was only 7th-ranked, the children's crown was made of pearls, jade, and treasured pearls. Pei Qianshi's body trembled as she stepped forward to receive the reward. Pei Ziyun stepped forward and received the imperial edict. When the imperial edict landed in Pei Ziyun's hands, he took a closer look and saw that it was made of red silk with gold threads embroidered on it. At the beginning of the scroll was the word Imperial Edict, and at the end of the scroll was a seal that read Imperial Edict. Pei Ziyun's master had already been formed. At this point, Pei Ziyun could feel a powerful energy coursing through him. This energy wasn't from the imperial decree, as it was from the faint red qi surrounding the imperial decree. Instead, it was from the source of the imperial decree. "Please wait a moment, eunuch," Pei Ziyun said. He was different from the ministers who were on official business. These eunuchs would return to their original status after receiving the emperor's decree. They would no longer be angels. "Master top scorer, please go ahead," the eunuch replied. Pei Ziyun returned to the ancestral hall and placed the imperial decree in front of the altar. Placing it in the ancestral hall was just a formality. This kind of imperial decree could be kept in the family of the person, and be passed down from generation to generation. After a while, it would be kept as a treasure. As soon as he placed it on the ground, the faint sound of a dragon's roar could be heard. Pei Ziyun's vision changed. All he could see was a patch of grayish-black with a hint of white qi. The structure below looked familiar. It was the ancestral hall, just much bigger. The faint sound of a dragon's roar could be heard, and a clear white aura with a bit of red could be seen hanging down. Within the ancestral hall, Father Pei bowed and transformed into his official robes. His body glowed, and the walls of the ancestral hall rose up. There was a plaque in front of the door. "This is the true meaning of bringing honor to our ancestors. When the imperial court bestows a title, even if it's a martyr or a loyal guard, there's actually no difference between them and Scholar Lin. The only difference is the amount of imperial qi bestowed upon them. The perfected sovereigns conferred by the sect are far above them. Pei Ziyun shook his head and sighed. He quickly walked out and invited the eunuchs into the banquet. He personally poured wine for them. Pei Qianshi was both sad and happy. She was grateful for the emperor's benevolence and happy for her son. Even though she didn't drink, she still drank a few cups of wine. Eunuch, please come in and speak. Pei Ziyun approached the eunuch and spoke softly. Hearing these words, the eunuch laughed. Since top scorer Pei has invited me, how can I refuse? Pei Ziyun led the eunuch into a side room and retrieved 300 taels of silver from his robes. He then laughed. Eunuch, you've traveled a long way and must be tired. Here's 300 taels of silver from Jing Rong Money House. I hope eunuch will accept it. It's just a little money for your tea. The eunuch glanced at the banknotes and saw that they were all from Jing Rong Money House. Each banknote was worth 100 taels of silver. His face beamed with joy. Master top scorer is very considerate. You really understand my feelings. I shall not decline and accept it. The eunuch stretched out his hands and received the banknotes before stuffing them into his robes. The eunuch received the banknotes and looked around. His voice was slightly shrill as he whispered, Master top scorer's gift is very valuable. I wonder what you want to ask me about? Pei Ziyun replied softly, This humble subject is afraid. I wonder why the emperor has bestowed such an honor upon me. I would like to know the reason, and would like eunuch to enlighten me. Haha, Master top scorer, I was wondering what you wanted to know. So it's this. Don't worry, Master top scorer, this is what you deserve. The eunuch laughed as he spoke. Seeing Pei Ziyun's puzzled face, he whispered, This matter isn't about the emperor, it's about the crown prince. Master top scorer, on your way to the capital city, did you save a woman? The eunuch asked as he looked around cautiously. Did that happen? What does that have to do with anything? Pei Ziyun asked, somewhat surprised. Could it be that the woman he saved was a member of the royal family? The eunuch replied, The crown prince was overjoyed to have a grandson. The emperor was overjoyed. His grace spread throughout the lands. Since Master top scorer was recommended by the crown prince, it must have something to do with this. The eunuch looked at Pei Ziyun and felt envious. Although the imperial concubine wasn't the crown prince's concubine, she was the mother of the crown prince's only son. What? The crown prince is overjoyed to have a grandson? Pei Ziyun was shocked. This news hadn't spread far and wide. According to the original owner's memories, the crown prince didn't have a son. King Lu dared to fight for the throne and even usurped it. Whether the crown prince had a son or not was a matter of fate. Could it be that the woman he had saved on his way to the capital city had given birth to a son for the crown prince? Pei Ziyun looked at the eunuch and understood that this eunuch must have been envious of him. No wonder he was so polite. However, he knew the history of the crown prince. At first, I only knew of Xie Qingdong. Then I knew of King Lu. Now I know that the crown prince has a son. Now that the crown prince has a son, there's a high chance that he will inherit the throne. Since I've offended King Lu, I have no choice but to be his enemy. But if King Lu were to ascend the throne, I would have to face the combined forces of the Taoist sects and the other Taoist sections. Perhaps there's a chance now. Can the crown prince be trusted? Can he ascend the throne? At that moment, Pei Ziyun's mind was racing. Master top scorer, Master top scorer? The eunuch looked at Pei Ziyun's shocked face and hurriedly called out to him. It's just that I heard something big and was a little stunned. I hope eunuch will forgive me. Pei Ziyun snapped out of his daze and smiled. The eunuch was just as kind. Master top scorer, it looks like the rumors are true. You've done a great deed for the crown prince and the empire. Since you've entered the Taoist sects, the rewards have been given to your parent. However, this is nothing. You'll be blessed in the future. The eunuch's tone was filled with envy. He had saved the crown prince's grandson, and had done a great deed for the crown prince. As long as the crown prince was able to ascend the throne, he would be blessed in the future. If the crown prince was able to ascend the throne, he would be blessed by the second-generation emperor. Servants, serve this eunuch some tea. Pei Zi Yun instructed. The eunuch then thought of something and said, Master Top Scorer, tea is a small matter. It's just that I've long heard of Master Top Scorer's literary reputation. I would like to invite you to compose a poem for me, so that I can carry it around with me. Hearing these words, Pei Zi Yun paused for some time. Initially, there was still a chance for him to reconcile with King Lu. However, now that there was no chance for him to do so, he decided to befriend this eunuch and ask him to do him a favor in the future. Pei Zi Yun then asked, which poem would eunuch like to write? A servant served tea which the eunuch received. Hearing Pei Zi Yun's reply, he laughed out, Haha, Master Top Scorer is really straightforward. You think highly of us, unlike the other officials. When I was in the palace, I loved it when Master Top Scorer served me wine. I would like to ask Master Top Scorer to be fair, and I would be eternally grateful. Would eunuch please wait for a moment? Bring me a brush, ink, paper, and inkstone. Pei Zi Yun instructed. Before long, someone brought the brush, ink, paper, and inkstone over. Pei Zi Yun spread out the paper and placed a paperweight on it. The eunuch stepped forward. I shall grind the ink for Master Top Scorer. As he spoke, he picked up the ink and started grinding it. After some time, the ink was ready. Pei Zi Yun took out a brush and dipped it into the ink before writing, Don't you see, the waters of the Yellow River flow from the heavens to the sea, never to return. Good poem, good words. Master Top Scorer's words have a different meaning to them. The eunuch complimented. Pei Zi Yun didn't speak as he continued writing. His strokes were swift and powerful, like a flying dragon or a flying phoenix. He continued writing until he reached the last line, Whoe'er shall exchange it for good wine. Together we shall share the sorrow of eternity. Pei Zi Yun kept his brush as the eunuch clapped his hands. What a great poem! Now that I've received Master Top Scorer's calligraphy, I shall return to the palace full of envy. Pei Zi Yun didn't speak. The eunuch received the poem and seemed very satisfied. He then approached Pei Zi Yun and whispered, Since Master Top Scorer has agreed to my request, I shall not be stingy. Let me tell Master Top Scorer a rumor. It's said that the crown prince has a son, and King Lu is enraged. Master Top Scorer, please be careful. When Pei Zi Yun heard this, his face fell. The eunuch straightened his back and shouted, Many thanks Master Top Scorer for the tea. I cannot stay any longer. I have to return to the capital to report to the emperor. Master Top Scorer shall take his leave. I still don't know eunuch's name. Pei Zi Yun hurriedly asked. My surname is Lu. Master Top Scorer, you can call me Eunuch Lu. The eunuch bade farewell as Pei Zi Yun walked him out. His guards stood by his side as they left, disappearing into the distance. Pei Zi Yun turned around and retracted his gaze. He then took several steps before sighing. Eunuch Lu had sounded the alarm earlier. If King Lu wanted to take revenge, how could he avoid it? Snail Village couldn't stay any longer. Nobody knew how magnanimous King Lu was. Just as Pei Zi Yun was thinking about this, the village chief led the villagers to congratulate him. This is worthy of celebration. Master Top Scorer is truly a man of fortune. The Pei family has brought honor to their ancestors. This is the first time in hundreds of years that Snail Village has had such a joyous occasion. The village chief came forward to congratulate him, and Pei Zi Yun responded to him. Since the imperial edict had been announced, there would be many people coming to congratulate him in the next few days. Old Madam Pei, your family has produced a good son. Not only is his name spread far and wide, he even helped you and your family fight for official positions. How enviable! A middle-aged woman spoke to Pei Qianshi. Pei Ziyun looked at the smile on Pei Qianshi's face and felt his heart tighten. However, his face didn't show it. Mother, today is a joyous occasion. We have to make preparations and host a banquet for everyone. I'll leave that to you. Pei Qianshi smiled as she spoke. The Pei family had brought honor to their ancestors, and they would die without regrets. Yes, mother. I shall make the arrangements now. When this is over, you should return to the prefecture. I have to travel outside as well. If you stay home alone, you'll be lonely. Pei Ziyun said. Good. Pei Qianshi's face was full of smiles as she replied. In the next few days, he would send his mother and Liao Qingyi to Fu Mansion. With his master taking care of them, they would be safer, but it was hard to say. In the past, when he was fighting against Holy Jail sect, his master was able to protect them. But what about King Lu? Not to mention Fu Mansion, even the entire Free Cloud sect might not be able to protect them. However, there was no other way. At least it was safer than staying in the village. Besides, he couldn't stay in the village. As this thought flashed past his mind, Pei Ziyun suppressed it and sighed. A storm is brewing. Chapter 162. In Prefecture City on the ox cart, Liao Qingye was lying gently in Pei Ziyun's arms. She opened the curtains of the carriage and looked out at the crowd. The little girl looked at the crowd selling kites outside and turned to look at Pei Ziyun. Big brother, bring me to fly kites next time. I've never flown kites with you. She tugged at Pei Ziyun's sleeves as she spoke. She then lowered her head and said, In the past, when father was still alive, he always said he would bring me to fly kites. But we've never done it. Hearing these words, Pei Ziyun looked at her and saw tears in her eyes. All right, I'll bring you next time. Pei Ziyun patted Liao Qingye's head and said, Flying kites with father was something she would never have in this lifetime, but he could make it up to her. Thank you, big brother. The little girl heard Pei Ziyun's reply and smiled. She then stretched out her chubby little hands and hugged Pei Ziyun tightly. Her skinny little hands were now chubby. Young master, we've arrived at Fu Mansion. The ox cart driver spoke as Pei Ziyun alighted from the carriage. A group of people were already waiting at the entrance to help his family settle down. When they entered the main hall, High Scholar Fu said, Have a seat. I know you haven't eaten yet. I've already instructed the kitchen to prepare some snacks. Have some. Pei Ziyun waved his hands and picked up a piece before asking, How's the situation in Prefecture City now? High Scholar Fu didn't know what Pei Ziyun was thinking and replied, The city is under the control of the governor. After a year of experimentation, the 3 ports have been set up and are now operating at 200,000 taels of silver. The imperial court has already moved the governor's office to the governor's office. I've heard that the governor has plans to expand the city and can't be the only port in Ying Prefecture. What about Jibeiho? Pei Ziyun glanced at High Scholar Fu and asked. Not bad. I've heard that he took off his armor and was rewarded by the emperor. Now I've heard that he's formed a fleet to trade with Japan and is earning quite a bit. Fleet profit. Pei Ziyun stood up and took 2 steps forward. He knew of the profits involved. If it were in the past, he would definitely join in. However, he didn't have the heart to do so now. He stood at the door and looked out, not speaking for a long time. High Scholar Fu asked, I've heard that your family has been bestowed a title by the emperor and wanted to congratulate you. I wanted to congratulate you. Why are you looking like this? Pei Ziyun laughed bitterly and shook his head. Fortune and misfortune come hand in hand. At this point, a servant from within the Fu Mansion stepped forward with a letter in his hand. In a low voice, he said, Young master, just now, the 3rd young master of the Ho Mansion sent someone to deliver a letter. Pei Ziyun received the letter and tore it open, revealing Wei Eng's handwriting. Brother Pei, it's been a few months since we last met. Although there have been some misunderstandings, I do not wish for our friendship to be spoiled because of this. I hope that Brother Pei will come, and allow me to apologize to you. We shall meet at the Tanggong Temple, and I hope that Brother Ziyun will come personally. Tanggong Temple? Isn't that the place where you and Wei Ong were assassinated? Looking at the letter, Pei Ziyun hesitated. He then looked at the servant. Is the person who delivered the letter still around? Young master, the person who delivered the letter left after delivering the letter, the man quickly replied. All right, you can leave now. Pei Ziyun waved his hands and hurriedly finished his meal. He paced around the courtyard, his expression unreadable as he looked up at the sky. After a while, he returned to his room, retrieved some money and left. As the night deepened, there was no sound from the mountain path. Only the sound of the wind could be heard, carrying with it a chill. The Tanggong Temple had long since closed its doors and extinguished its lights. In front of the temple, Pei Ziyun stood at the edge of the cliff. Looking down, he could see the distant capital city. At this point, there were still many households with lanterns hanging in front of their doors. Some had oil lamps lit up in their homes, causing the entire city to be illuminated. Pei Ziyun looked at this scene and sighed. Seeing that there was no one around, he turned around and tapped the ground. Immediately, the ground caved in, revealing a huge pit. Pei Ziyun then buried the bag that he was carrying on his back into the pit. He covered it with dirt, revealing a thin thread. He then placed a piece of stone on top of the thread. Using his Tao arts, the stone seemed to have taken root. The top of the mountain, the empty ground, and the pavilions were all buried in several places. The fuse was placed on top of the stone and held in place using Tao art. All he had to do was to use a sword to pry it open and light it up. After settling all these matters, Pei Ziyun entered the Tanggong Temple and bowed deeply. Sorry to disturb you, Tanggong. If there are any disturbances in the future, I shall make it up to you. As he finished speaking, he looked up at the stars in the sky and sighed. Wei Ong, you and I are not only fellow brothers, but we share the same interests. I hope that things will not develop to the point where it is difficult to predict my life and death. Winter, light snow. Several days later, Pei Ziyun carried his umbrella and sword as he walked up the mountain path. This was his second time coming here. The mountain was lush and the forest was thick. Although it was winter, the sound of pine trees could be heard. As he climbed up, Wei Ong was already waiting for him at a pavilion. In front of him was a tea table. Within the pavilion, a pot of water was boiling. Seeing Pei Ziyun, Wei Ong greeted him. You're here. The last time we talked about tasting tea together. Today I've obtained some tea leaves. Let's drink together. Pei Ziyun walked up to Wei Ong and sat opposite him. Wei Ong picked up a teacup and poured some tea into it. He then rolled up his sleeves and poured the boiling water into the teacup. A sizzling sound could be heard. Wei Ong then said, Please. Pei Ziyun received the teacup in front of him and looked at the emerald color of the tea. The fragrance of the tea wafted through the air and he smiled. All right. He fiddled with the teacup, but did not drink it. He then heard Wei Ong say, I wonder if junior brother Pei has composed any new poems recently? Hearing Wei Ang's words, Pei Ziyun placed the teacup down and looked at him. Wei Ong, we've known each other for a long time, and yet you still don't understand me. Without wine, there can't be a poem. Indeed, I've forgotten. Men, bring me some wine. Wei Ong ordered. Pei Ziyun smiled and waved his hands. There's no need, I've brought some myself. As he said this, he retrieved a silver flask from his robes and gulped down a mouthful of wine. He then stood up and started reciting, If life is like the first time we met, why does the autumn wind grieve the painting fan? The heart of an old friend changes, but the heart of an old friend changes easily. Outside the pavilion, it was snowing lightly, as the snowflakes fell gently, bringing with them a chill. When Pei Ziyun finished reciting the poem, Wei Ang's face turned pale. He paused for some time before sighing, "What a good poem. No wonder you're the wine immortal. You're right. If life is like the first time we met, how wonderful it is!" As soon as Wei Ong finished speaking, he grabbed a teacup and threw it on the ground. Following this sound, a large number of soldiers rushed out from within the temple. Wei Ong then retreated hastily and hid among the soldiers. He then continued, "Even if I don't have this family in my next life, I still wish to be friends with you." At this point, the soldiers parted, and a eunuch walked out from within the crowd. The eunuch's face was pale and beardless, and he had a dignified expression on his face. "Master Top Scorer is truly talented. I was touched by your poem as well. However, you've spoiled my master's plans. Today I'll have to borrow your head." Pei Zi-yun stood within the pavilion and looked around. He noticed that these people were all clad in armor and had shields protecting their hearts. All of them had swords unsheathed and were waiting for something. His expression turned serious. "King Lu's black-robed guards? Has Ji Bei Ho colluded with King Lu? I've let you down." Wei Ong spoke out from within the crowd. His expression was somber. "However, this isn't considered collusion. King Lu is the ruler, and we are his subjects. Since the ruler has given his orders, the subjects have to obey." "That's right. Master Top Scorer has good eyesight. It's a pity that you drank the poison tea, and died without suffering any pain, and even left your corpse intact. You didn't drink it, and now you're left with your weapons. I've heard that you've become a Een Master Taoist master. Do you think you can use your Tao arts in front of me?" 3 years ago, the leader of the cave spiritual monastery was also a Een Master Taoist master. However, he was disrespectful to my master. I brought a group of soldiers and chopped off his head. The eunuch saw that Pei Zi-yun wasn't moved at all. He then laughed coldly. "Master Top Scorer, I've had plenty of experience dealing with Taoists like you. Do you think I'm joking?" As he spoke, he retrieved an insignia, which had dragon inscriptions on it. He then shouted out, "King Lu has given his orders. Pei Zi-yun's crimes cannot be pardoned. Kill him." Boom! Pei Zi-yun could hear the roar of a dragon. His entire body froze. His powers were still present, but he couldn't use them. "Haha, without your Tao arts, even if you're strong, how many of my soldiers can you kill?" The eunuch spoke as the soldiers charged towards him. "Ah!" Pei Zi-yun laughed out loud as he looked at the soldiers in front of him. He then looked at Wei Ong, who was hidden amongst the crowd. "You're my good friend, and yet you've come this far." Hearing these words, Wei Ong raised his head and shouted, "Wait!" Hearing Wei Ang's words, the soldiers stopped in their tracks. Wei Ong seemed to have made up his mind as he looked at Pei Zi-yun. His face was filled with guilt. "Although we've only known each other for a short period of time, I've always treated you with sincerity and treated you like a friend. It's just that as a member of Ho Mansion, I have no choice. I've thought about it for a long time and finally understood. I am the third young master of Ji Bei Ho. Without Ho Mansion, I have nothing." Wei Ong spoke as his face turned calm. "But don't worry, I will take care of your mother. As long as I'm alive, I will not allow her to be bullied by anyone." "Haha, Wei Ong, you've said it well. But I can return these words to you. If it's possible, I shall spare your family's bloodline. Consider it as a token of our friendship." Pei Zi-yun smiled coldly, without any hint of desperation. "You?" Wei Ong shouted out. "Kill him." The eunuch felt that something was amiss, and his hair stood on end. He then gave the order to the soldiers on his left and right. "Wei Ong, do you know why I'm fighting for this time?" Pei Zi-yun laughed out loud as he reached out from his sleeves and lit a match. He then took a step forward and used his sword to pick up a piece of stone. He then tossed the match into the fire. Pei Zi-yun then hesitated no longer as he leapt towards the cliff. He turned around and smiled. "Goodbye!" As he said this, he jumped off the cliff. "No, run!" Wei Ong felt a sense of fear creeping up his spine. He turned around and tried to escape. He had only taken a few steps when he heard a loud boom. The entire pavilion flew up into the sky, along with many of its limbs. Even if your soldiers are as numerous as the clouds, do you think you can fight against my gunpowder? And it's mixed with poisonous gunpowder. Pei Ziyun jumped off the cliff and felt his entire body lighten. The Tao restrictive spells had disappeared. He then stretched out a finger and a piece of cloth on his body unfurled. It transformed into a pair of wings as he glided off into the distance. In the blink of an eye, he had disappeared. Chapter 163. Pei Ziyun looked back and saw that the sky had darkened. Blood, flesh, and rocks were falling from the sky, causing the cliffs to shake. Pei Ziyun's heart was filled with sorrow. Many a time, he had no control over his own life. When he and Wei Ong first met, there was no conflict between them. In fact, they appreciated each other. Wei Ong had the demeanor of a noble from the ancient times. As time passed, their friendship deepened. However, because of the war of conquering the country, Wei Ong had colluded with King Lu to set up a trap to kill him. If it weren't for the fact that Pei Ziyun felt that something was amiss, he would have been the one to die. Just as he was thinking about this, Pei Ziyun felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, as if he had been hit in the head by a hammer. He reached out to wipe his hand and realized that his hand was red. Pei Ziyun coughed loudly, as blood flowed from his nose and mouth. He felt a sharp pain in his chest. So, using external forces to kill an official would result in a backlash? But it's much lighter than an assassination attempt. Pei Ziyun thought to himself as he heard someone shouting from below. Quick, run, it's a demon, the bird demon is here. Quick, run, the bird demon wants to eat you. Quick, run. Someone shouted from below, as well as the sound of people running. Hearing these words, Pei Ziyun looked down and saw a group of woodcutters throwing away the firewood in their hands as they ran into the forest, afraid that the bird demon would pounce on them. Pei Ziyun laughed bitterly. The so-called wings were actually just a parachute. It couldn't fly, and could only glide down to the ground. Pei Ziyun then retrieved a handkerchief from his robes and wiped it. The handkerchief was stained with blood, and it was terrifying. Pei Ziyun turned around and saw a group of people moving around the temple. Pei Ziyun felt blood dripping from his nose again as he wiped it off with the handkerchief. He then laughed bitterly. When a simple martial artist kills someone, he will be hunted down and not suffer any backlash. But when I kill someone without using Dao arts, I still suffer backlash. This is the tragedy of being a Taoist. Pei Ziyun revealed a cold smile. It seemed like he had killed an important person, which was why he was suffering such a backlash. Is this eunuch of the 5th or 6th rank? As he finished laughing, the wings transformed back into a piece of cloth. He wiped the blood off his face and turned around to leave. He then washed his face and took out a makeup box to apply his makeup. His eyebrows were a little longer, his nose was a little straighter, his eyes were a little dimmer, his skin was a little more yellow, and he had a little more beard. He looked like a completely different person. Not far from the foot of the mountain was the town market, Tunghua Restaurant. This was a newly built 2-story building with 2 to 3 feet of ice hanging from the eaves. The door was open, and many people poured in to order food and eat. Pei Ziyun walked into the restaurant and glanced around before heading upstairs. When he reached the 2nd floor, he chose a seat by the window and sat down. The waiter then approached him. "Give me a flask of osmanthus wine, a plate of pig's ears and a plate of beef." "Young master, please wait a moment." These were all cold dishes, and very few of them were on hand. The waiter brought the wine and meat over and placed them on the table. Pei Ziyun retrieved a pill from within his robes and placed it into his wine cup. He then poured some osmanthus flower wine into his cup, causing the pill to dissolve. Pei Ziyun took the cup and gulped it down in one gulp. He then looked out at the street, feeling a sense of melancholy in his heart. This is a pill that I concocted myself in the past. I thought it would be useless, but now that I'm injured, it's just right for me to use. Just as he was thinking about this, he heard the sound of footsteps on the stairs. Pei Ziyun turned around and saw a man dressed in embroidered robes with a cold expression on his face. A waiter walked up to him, but the man waved his hands. There's no need, I'm looking for someone. The man's gaze swept around before stopping on Pei Ziyun. Pei Ziyun's hands fell to the side of his body as he held onto the hilt of his sword. The man didn't seem to mind as he sat down in front of Pei Ziyun. He then looked at the waiter and shouted, "Waiter, give me another cup and chopsticks." "Yes, please wait a moment," the waiter replied. He then turned around and spoke in a low voice, "Master top scorer, you're truly impressive and capable. King Lu and Ho Mansion had more than 100 men surrounding you. You killed 13 of them and blew up 26 others. That's not all. Even Assistant Minister Qi of King Lu's mansion was killed by the explosion. He was an instructor in the Imperial Library, and one of the 5 eunuchs that the Emperor bestowed upon King Lu. He even blinded 3rd young Master Wei in one of his eyes. His face was disfigured and he fell unconscious. Now Ho Mansion and the prefecture government are in chaos." Pei Ziyun raised his head and looked at the man in front of him. "How did you find me?" "Guessed, the bowls and chopsticks you ordered are here." The waiter placed the bowls and chopsticks in front of the man. The man picked up a pair of chopsticks and picked up a piece of pig's ear. He then threw it into his mouth and chewed. "Master top scorer, although you've put on makeup, you haven't changed your clothes. Look at your physique, height, and sword. It wasn't difficult to find you." The man's words were filled with confidence. "Which family are you from?" Pei Ziyun looked at the man and asked coldly. He didn't believe this man's words. The fact that he was able to find him so quickly meant that he had been watching him for a long time. "Young master, if I'm an enemy, I should have reported to you earlier. Why should I waste my time talking to you?" The man looked at Pei Ziyun and spoke softly. "I'm a subordinate of the Crown Prince, and I'm in charge of 100 households. The imperial concubine sends her greetings to you. Many years ago you saved her and her grandson's lives. If Master Top Scorer has any difficulties, the imperial concubine says that she will do her best to solve them." This lowly official arrived late. "I didn't expect King Lu to be so violent and direct." "If you say that I didn't expect this, I don't believe you." Pei Ziyun stared at the official as he spoke. The official sighed and placed his chopsticks down. "There are many things that even the imperial concubine is powerless to do. The imperial concubine only wants to repay her kindness." Hearing these words, Pei Ziyun didn't speak. He picked up a jug of wine and poured himself a cup. Gulp. He finished the entire cup in one gulp, and his face regained some color. Seeing Pei Ziyun like this, the official sighed and took a sip as well. "Master Top Scorer, what requests do you have? I can arrange it." Pei Ziyun picked up the wine cup and muttered to himself, "I don't have many requests. I just hope that my mother and Snail Village won't be implicated. As for me, I want to roam the world and go wherever I please. What do you think?" When the official heard these words, a look of admiration flashed past his eyes. He then retracted it and said, "Master Top Scorer is indeed an intelligent man. My requests aren't outrageous. I've already arranged everything. I won't ruin your plans and won't implicate your family and friends." Pei Ziyun picked up the wine cup. His face was filled with melancholy. If he was really a 17 or 18-year-old youth, no matter how intelligent he was, he would still be limited by his experiences. He would then ask the Crown Prince to step in and stop him. If not, who would help the Crown Prince? It was a pity that he was a transmigrator. He knew very well that even if one were to buy a bone with 1,000 gold, it had to be the bone of a 1,000-mile horse. A top scorer, a poem, and a master Taoist master. Were they the bones of a 1,000-mile horse? That depended on the occasion. Most of the time they were. However, the Crown Prince and King Lu were still far from being comparable. The Crown Prince was the Crown Prince after all. If he wanted to inherit the throne, he had to watch and not do anything. That was the only way to stabilize his position. If not, he would be feared by the emperor. From the actions of this official, it could be seen that the Crown Prince was an intelligent man. Now, he even had the intention to fight the tiger. Pei Ziyun had no choice but to fall into the trap. AI, this is the ancient times. Even if the emperor admired my talents, to the emperor, my position was too low. If I die, then so be it. To be able to observe the temperament of the Crown Prince and King Lu, not to mention one Pei Ziyun, even if 100 of them were to die, it would be worth it. The Crown Prince is the same. Every move he makes is watched by the entire world. Even if I have done him a meritorious deed, my position is too low. It's not enough for the Crown Prince to make a move. In fact, the fact that the Crown Prince was willing to send an official to help me secretly was already a rare act of kindness. The ancient times were like this. The modern times are just better on the surface. Waiter, bill please. Pei Ziyun thought it through as he took out a tael of silver and placed it on the table. He then turned around to leave. Young master, please be careful on your journey. If you need any help, we will help you. The official stood up. His expression was unreadable. I got it. Pei Ziyun walked down the stairs. King Lu, Crown Prince. Pei Ziyun's eyes flashed. It looked like they were all scheming against each other. He glanced at the restaurant and sighed. A sense of fear, anger and anxiety welled up in his heart. King Lu, since you're forcing me, I have no other choice. You and Xie Qingdong are one and the same, and it's inevitable that you'll be enemies. I didn't expect you to meet each other so soon. Original owner, you've caused me so much trouble. But since that's the case, Xie Qingdong and your henchmen, I shall kill them all. At least to the extent that I know of. Just as he was thinking this, an information interface appeared before his eyes. A new mission appeared. Mission: eradicate Xie Qingdong's forces in Ying, Yong and Liang prefectures. Pei Ziyun glanced at it once and was about to close it. However, a message was transmitted to him. Pei Ziyun's face fell as his muscles twitched. Original owner, I really want to kill you. Mission completed. You will receive a direct divine ability. Convert reputation points. The spiritual qi in this world was extremely sparse. To reach the 10 levels of the foundation, one had to cultivate qi and convert it into spiritual energy. Apart from this, there was no way to breathe in the spiritual qi of heaven and earth. Only paradise had some. The spiritual qi in this world was sparse. Without paradise, one would not be able to become an earth immortal. So the plum blossom had a divine ability to convert reputation points into spiritual qi. It was no wonder that the original owner only became a rogue cultivator after 5 years, and was able to open the gates of heaven in just a few years. It was no wonder that Xie Qingdong had turned the impossible into the possible. His physical body became a saint, and he was the first person to become an immortal. This is so exciting, and it makes me even angrier. Original owner, did you predict that this day would come, and purposely hid your key memories and skills from me, causing me to fall into such a predicament that I have no choice but to avenge you? Pei Ziyun mumbled to himself. In all fairness, if he had known that this would happen, why would he have stepped into this quagmire? He had already planned to find another way, but it was too late now. The only thing he could do now was to defeat Xie Qingdong and King Lu. Original owner, you're so scheming. After being imprisoned for so many years, you've really learned your lesson. People were walking back and forth. Snow started to fall from the sky, bringing with it a bone-chilling cold. Ho Mansion, more than 20 corpses were lying on the ground, their limbs torn apart. Master Ho, that bastard had gone mad. He buried explosives at the top of the mountain. Within the explosives there were poisoned metal pieces. He killed 13 people on the spot and 10 more people died. Young master led some people there, and now. Bring me to him, Jibei Ho said coldly. The butler led the way as they entered the room. When they looked around, they saw Wei Ong lying on the bed. His entire body was bandaged up, and his face was covered in wounds. One of his eyes had been destroyed, and he was still unconscious. Seeing Wei Ong in front of him, Jibei Ho lowered his body and called out softly, "My son, Wei Ong, little Ong." Out of his 3 sons, Wei Ong was the suave and elegant one. Although he often scolded him for being naive and childish, he loved him the most. Now that he had become like this, Jibei Ho pulled out his blade and sliced the table in half. Jibei Ho was enraged. "Pei Ziyun, you're really fast at escaping. Gather your troops immediately. I'm going to kill your whole family, confiscate your house, and kill your whole family. Let's see if you'll come." Chapter 164. Yes, Master Ho. The soldier was about to leave when Shen Ji barged in. When he heard these words, he hurriedly shouted, "Wait! What, even you want to stop me?" Jibei Ho asked in a low voice. "Master, how would I dare to stop you? I can kill him, but his family." Shen Ji looked at Jibei Ho fiercely. He knew that if he didn't have a good reason, he would be killed. He then whispered to Jibei Ho. Jibei Ho's expression froze for a long time before he spoke. "What? Crown Prince?" Jibei Ho shouted out in anger as his blade flashed. A serving maid who was standing by his side screamed out in pain as she fell to the ground, fresh blood splattering everywhere. Yong Prefecture, Liquan County. The sky was pitch black, and the clouds were so thick that the stars could not be seen. The north wind blew, causing snowflakes to fall. However, one could still see a few people dressed in black, with leggings tied around their leg. They were wearing fast shoes as they sprinted across the river. "Quick, run, that person is coming. I didn't expect him to find us." Not only did he kill the sect leader, he even killed the clan leader. "We are the sect leader's trusted aides. I'm afraid he won't let us off," one of the black-robed men said to his subordinate. This time, if they hadn't gone out to earn some money, none of them would have been able to escape. When they saw the person chasing after the clan leader, they wanted to save him. They didn't expect the clan leader to be killed in less than 3 moves. "Quick, quick, that person must have discovered us. As long as we reach the river, there's a boat there. We can take the boat and swim down the river. That person won't be able to catch up to us. When that happens, we can report this to the sect leader." The black-robed man was thinking clearly, as he made arrangements for his subordinates. The river in front of them was nearing, and the few of them could see the rushing river water. When the water hit the boat, it was covered in white foam. The few of them ran for their lives, as if there was a monster behind them. When they saw the boat in front of them, they leaped onto it and impatiently took out bamboo poles to push the boat down the river. The few men behind them leapt onto the boat as well, and looked up into the night sky, their faces filled with fear. When they reached the river, they heaved a sigh of relief. "Branch leader, who is this person? Why is he chasing after us?" Someone asked in a low voice, his voice trembling, "Which underworld person is so ruthless?" "Who knows? News has been coming in these past few days. It's said that many halls have been attacked and many of our brothers have been killed. I'm afraid only a few of us are left now. Damn it, we don't even know who we killed. However, if we take the boat downstream, it will be difficult to catch up even if we ride a horse." Just as he finished speaking, he suddenly heard the sound of water. There were no stars in the dark night. How could he see clearly? In his panic, the boat sank. Under the light of the lantern, a man wearing a woven rush raincoat was standing at the bow of the boat. The Duoju fiercely pulled out his saber and shouted, "You! Who are you? Why do you want to kill us? We have no enmity in the past, no enmity in the recent days. His voice was stuttering, and his face was filled with fear. Why are you forcing us? The people behind the branch leader were all trembling. One of them seemed to be throwing caution to the wind as he spoke loudly. This man in the woven rush raincoat had killed every single person in the entire White Mountain Society. There were many highly skilled fighters within the society. Actually, I didn't want to kill you. It's just that you followed the wrong person. Who asked you to be Qin Gao's henchman? There are people who wish for you to die, and I wish for you to die as well. I can only kill you one by one, and not leave any loose ends. The man in the woven rush raincoat was none other than Pei Ziyun. No, you are not a human. You are a demon. The branch leader looked at Pei Ziyun with fear in his eyes. This man in front of him had killed so many people, and yet he still refused to let them go. If he wasn't a demon, what was he? Actually, if there was a choice, who would choose to kill? Pei Ziyun mumbled to himself. His eyes were filled with confusion. The branch leader looked at Pei Ziyun before shouting out, "Brothers, run!" The boat wasn't very big. When the branch leader charged forward, the boat started to sway. Pei Ziyun unsheathed his sword, and in a flash, the branch leader didn't even have time to react before he fell to the ground. "Run, don't be too hard." Before the branch leader could finish speaking, he stopped breathing. Blood flowed from his neck, and it was bright red. Splash! The rest of them jumped into the river. Pei Ziyun looked at them and shook his head. Even if these people were adept at swimming, what could they do? Would they be able to escape? The river was icy cold. One of them swam for an unknown distance before raising his head to take a breath of fresh air. As soon as he raised his head, he saw a flash of cold light, and a drop of blood oozed out from his forehead. His body fell into the river and flowed downstream. Pei Ziyun looked around, and took out another needle. If he hadn't become a Yin master, he might have been able to escape in different directions. But now, he could only kill them one by one. He kicked out, and the wooden plank landed on the surface of the river. Pei Ziyun tapped the wooden plank on the ground, and stabbed his sword into the water. Bubbles started to form, and the surface of the water was dyed red. On the beach, a man ran forward. These people were all members of the water division, and were adept at swimming. They scattered in all directions. This man crawled ashore, and his body was trembling. He took a deep breath and looked behind him. When he realized that there was no one around, he mumbled to himself, "Where did this death god come from? He killed all our brothers. Branch leader, old Han, old Jiang, will I ever have the chance to avenge you in this lifetime? There's no more." He heard the sound of a gust of wind behind him, and before he could turn around, he felt a cold sensation on his neck. The sword had pierced through his skin and was pulled out. This person did not feel pain, only cold. An irresistible chill quickly took over his body and mind as he spat out blood. In an instant, he fell to the ground and lost all signs of life. Pei Ziyun sheathed his sword and remained silent. This man's eyes were wide open, as though he had died with a grievance. Pei Ziyun looked into the distance, and his heart was filled with melancholy. The wind blew past, and the withered grass swayed in the wind. Pei Ziyun sighed. It's the new year again. Thinking back to last year, Liao Guo and I brought our troops and went to the capital city. That's right, Liao Guo was really pitiful. He died, and his only daughter was being oppressed by his own clan members. If I hadn't rushed over, she would have been dead. The worst thing was, because his rank was too low, the officials did not give him a posthumous title. Posthumous titles referred to how the country treated the deceased. Those who lost a posthumous title would be in hell, while those who gained would be in heaven. Some people thought that this was a way for the emperor to control his officials. Not only the officials, even the emperor believed in it. The most unique thing was that in his original world, Chao Rui had given himself a posthumous title of Ming before he had even died. According to the legends, Ming Wuzong's grand scholar Li Dongyang refused to die. When the grand scholar Yang Yiqing visited him, he only said one thing, which was that after his death, the court would give him a posthumous title of Wenjing. When the dying Li Dongyang heard this, he jumped up and kowtowed on his bed in gratitude. All of these were regrettable. In his original world, regardless of whether this was true or not, in this world, posthumous titles were very useful in the spiritual realm. However, not all officials had them. According to the rules of the dynasty, only the emperor, duke, marquis, count, and other officials of the third rank and above could be given posthumous titles. This Liao Gu did not have this right. As for bestowing an official position, the requirements were much lower, but it was not common either. As for the relatives and students of the deceased, they would be given posthumous titles. These were not useful to the deceased, and were not worth mentioning. Liao Gu, you won't be doing well underground. I shall burn some joss paper for you when I get back. Pei Ziyun spoke as he thought to himself, now it's time to go to Liang Prefecture. Not only are there people I want to kill there, there's also the legacy I want. This legacy is a divine ability that can reduce the backlash from official qi. It was left behind by Jing Ming Daoist. It said that Jing Ming Daoist had killed several officials, and was able to escape with his life. It said that this divine ability can reduce the backlash from official qi. King Lu, Ji Bei Ho, all of them were officials, and all of them had imperial qi. Killing a chess piece was like scraping off the surface of the imperial qi, and would not harm the foundation of the imperial qi. It's time to go to Liang Prefecture. Pei Ziyun laughed as he took a step out. Snowflakes landed on his body, turning it white. Camp tent. The wind was chilly, as it sliced through the tent like a knife. It felt as though it was about to flip the tent over. Within the tent, a bonfire was lit. There was even a stove with charcoal burning within. The entire tent was warm and warm. At this point, two men were talking at a table within the tent. Eunuch Ding, it's a taboo for us to mobilize our troops like this. The county magistrate stood beside the eunuch as he muttered. What's there to be afraid of? Even if the sky falls, I'll be there to hold it up. Do you think that a mere county magistrate like you can mobilize the entire army? The eunuch spoke out coldly. Yes, Eunuch Ding is right. The county magistrate who was beside Eunuch Ding hurriedly acknowledged. He was slightly flustered, and didn't dare to speak any further. Within the tent, no one spoke, as though they were waiting. The county magistrate looked terrified. Eunuch Ding glanced at the county magistrate before downing a cup of wine. He felt satisfied, but secretly despised the county magistrate. The county magistrate was of the 7th rank, and he was of the 6th rank. Eunuch Ding was of a higher rank than the county magistrate. However, he was an internal official, and didn't have to be so fearful. The stove beside him was burning bright red, as steam billowed out of it. The eunuch sat by the side, reading a letter. He was deep in thought as he tapped the table with his hand. The curtains of the tent were lifted up, as an armored soldier walked forward with a letter in his hand. When the curtains were lifted, he could see the soldiers outside, as though they were patrolling. Eunuch, I've found traces of Pei Ziyun. He's heading towards Liang Prefecture. Eunuch Ding, this man is insane. It's not appropriate for us to mobilize our troops to follow him out of the country. The county magistrate looked at the eunuch of King Lu and tried to persuade him. When the eunuch heard this, he laughed coldly. Who said we're going to mobilize our troops out of the country? I'll only bring my King Lu's soldiers with me. But this man is insane. He's attacked commoners many times, killed people and stole their belongings. He's a serious criminal. If we mobilize the constables and soldiers to pursue him, who can find fault with him? Hearing the eunuch's words, the county magistrate broke out in cold sweat. He then heaved a sigh of relief. Just as the county magistrate was deep in thought, the eunuch pondered for some time before asking, This place isn't far from Liang Prefecture. Do you know how many skilled constables are there? Hearing the eunuch's words, the county magistrate pondered for some time before replying, "There's a constable in Liang Prefecture, surnamed G. He's a skilled constable, and is known as a famous constable. It's been said that his family made a living as a constable. Several generations of constables have been constables, and have many disciples. But as you know, constables aren't considered an official, and aren't considered an official." Although the county magistrate was timid, he was familiar with politics. His words were a hint, and the eunuch understood immediately. He then looked at the soldiers in front of him and ordered, "Inform Liang Prefecture that Ji Dan is a famous constable. This mission shall be handed over to him. He must capture Pei Ziyun and bring him to justice. Tell him that if he succeeds, I shall promote him to an official position." The county magistrate sighed. He had heard some rumors as well. It's just that it hasn't been officially declared as a wanted criminal. In reality, he's already a traitor, and has already been sentenced to death. If he dies in the process of capturing him, who can say anything? It's a pity that he's so talented. He's a top scorer, and yet he wants to go against King Lu? Doesn't he know that he's like a moth flying into a flame? Chapter 165. Street. The ox cart hurried forward. The prison was located in the northwest corner of the city. It was surrounded by walls and there were watchtowers at the four corners. From the watchtowers the entire prison could be seen. They stopped in front of the prison, and a constable got out of the car and entered. The prison cell was very dark, and the foundation was made of large green stones. There was a passage in the middle, and on both sides of the passage, there were wooden fences that divided the cells into cells of different sizes, and each cell was separated by rough wood. The first thing he felt upon entering the door was the stench. There was a toilet in every room, giving off a strong stench. Then there was the dampness. The straw inside was so wet that water was dripping out. Ji Dan felt a wave of disgust wash over him. Although he had been a constable for so long, he still couldn't get used to the smell of prison. He then walked forward. The bailiff on duty saw Ji Dan and bowed, "Your Excellency." Hearing this, Ji Dan looked over and asked, "Where is Warden Tian Yu now?" When the bailiff heard those words, his face immediately turned fearful. It was as if he had just mentioned a terrifying person. "Constable, the warden is interrogating the prisoner in the interrogation room." The bailiff's face turned pale as he spoke. Ji Dan frowned and said, "Bring me there." "Yes, constable." The bailiff led Ji Dan to the entrance of the interrogation room. The bailiff then cupped his hands. "Your Excellency, we've arrived." Hearing the bailiff's words, Ji Dan pushed open the door, and the bailiff hurriedly left. He didn't want to stay for even a moment longer. Ji Dan entered the interrogation room. There was a strong stench in the room. It was different from the stench of urine. This kind of stench made him want to vomit. Two prisoners were lying unconscious on the straw mattress. Their clothes were stained with blood, and tiny white maggots were crawling on the pus and blood. In front of them, a man who was tied up was wailing, I confess, sir, please kill me, I beg you, please kill me." Hearing this, the man flicked his knife lightly, causing another scream to be heard. He then laughed, "I'm sorry, I've cut off another piece. You've finally confessed. I thought I could play with you for a while longer. What a pity." Ji Dan looked at him and felt a little nauseous. The skin on the prisoner's thighs and arms had already been peeled off, and the red flesh was still oozing with blood. He was still being sliced, but he was not dead yet. His mouth was dripping with saliva as he begged for death. Note down the accomplices who confessed. If they are wrong, we can play with them slowly. This person looked to be in his 20s, and could be considered a young man. As he spoke to the bailiff, who was taking notes, the bailiff's body trembled. "Tian Hong," Ji Dan said in a deep voice. Ji Dan turned around and looked at the person in front of him. So it's Lord Ji. I'll go wash my hands. Let's have some wine and meat and have a chat. Ji Dan looked at the person in front of him and sighed. Go ahead, I'll wait for you outside. He turned around and left. Even though he had seen this kind of cruel punishment countless times in prison, he still couldn't help but shiver. Ever since his old friend's family had met with such an accident, his entire person had changed, but he still managed to make a name for himself in prison. In the resting room of the prison, food and wine had already been served. There was a pig's head meat, a pot of wine, and a stack of bowls on one side. An oil lamp was lit on the table, the flame was swaying gently. Ji Dan didn't move his chopsticks. After a while, Tian Hong sat down at the table and picked up a piece of fatty pig head meat with his chopstick. Tian Hong looked as if he hadn't seen the sun for a long time, and his face was pale. His lips were thin and his knuckles were bulging. He picked up the bowl and gulped down a mouthful of wine. He then laughed. Awesome. Brother Tian, why do you have to do this? Looking at the cheap pig's head meat, Ji Dan asked. Even officials and soldiers had to pay their taxes. The people in prison had to work under such conditions every day, and their salaries were low. Hence, they had to think of all sorts of ways to oppress the prisoners. If something were to happen to them, all they had to do was report a sudden illness. However, Tian Hong's main motive was not money. Although he was only a prison warden and was just like Meng Chao, without any special achievements, he would never be able to become a prison warden, county minor 9th rank, county major 9th rank. However, he had no interest in changing jobs. As long as he could personally interrogate a prisoner, he would feel an indescribable excitement. Ji Dan sighed. Ever since my old friend's father was killed, he took over his father's position and vented his hatred on other prisoners. Are you sure he'll come? Seeing that Tian Hong didn't reply, Ji Dan leaned forward and asked in a low voice. His face was filled with doubt. At this point, Tian Hong picked up the wine jug and poured himself a bowl of wine. He then gulped it down and said, I've checked on his targets and they're all targeted. Ing Prefecture and Yong Prefecture have all been wiped out. The surrounding prefectures have all made preparations. Since he's here in Liang Prefecture, I'm sure he's here to kill me. Tian Hong, you should leave behind a descendant. It doesn't matter if you succeed or not. If not, the Tian family will cease to exist. Ji Dan looked at Tian Hong and spoke with concern. Leaving behind a widow and orphan to be bullied. Is that the same as me not being a responsible father? People like us have no right to love anyone. What right do we have to leave someone to suffer for the rest of their lives? Tian Hong spoke coldly. As for you, when I saw you today, I felt that you were in a good mood. Did your second wife give birth to a son for you? There's no such thing. You've been in prison for a long time, and you've become more and more vicious. If Uncle Tian were to see you... Ji Dan laughed as he changed the topic. Before he could finish speaking, Tian Hong interrupted. Brother Ji, let's drink. Ji Dan's words were interrupted as he looked at Tian Hong's cold eyes. He sighed and raised his cup. Cheers! Tian Hong spoke as the both of them drained their cups in one gulp. Tian Hong drank some wine before his face regained some color. He then looked at Ji Dan and asked, You're different from me. You're a righteous official. Why are you trying to capture him? The last time you sent a letter, you said that you liked his poems. Now, I like his poems. But since he's broken the law, as a constable, I have to plead for the people and uphold the law. I have to capture him, regardless of whether he's dead or alive. This is my duty. Ji Dan paused for some time before he spoke out loudly. Hearing Ji Dan's words, Tian Hong laughed coldly and said, What justice? What justice? Just a moment ago, the Crown Prince requested for a reward, and the next moment, King Lu wanted to kill him. That's why you're trying to capture him. Is that your duty? Hearing Tian Hong's words, Ji Dan slammed the table. outrageous. Tianhong, don't you know that this is disrespectful? That's right. Because of that incident, we had a falling out. But now, we're working for King Lu. Can you not argue with me? How can people like us, who aren't even officials, comment on the matters of the higher-ups? It's fine if we talk about it privately. But if word gets out, we won't be able to get anything out of it. Someone might even die. That's right. Don't act like you're being fair and impartial. We're good friends. Tianhong's expression was ferocious. Seeing the expression on Tianhong's face, Ji Dan felt a wave of sadness wash over him. He then picked up the jug of wine and filled up the bowl in front of him. He then sighed, "Don't blame me. You know what happened back then. The criminal kidnapped Uncle Tian and broke out of prison. Once he broke out of prison, according to the laws of the imperial court, the warden and his subordinates would be punished. The higher-ups had no choice but to order the execution. Forget it, let's not talk about the past. Let's drink, let's drink." Cheers. The both of them remained silent as they drained their cups of wine. The night passed. Ji Dan sat on a bench as he heard the crowing of a rooster. He then opened his eyes and said, "Pei Zi-yun didn't come at night, and won't come during the day as well. The prison has become a den of tigers and dragons. Even if he had the guts to come, seeing that you've set up an ambush outside, I'm afraid he'd hide." Tianhong's face was gloomy. "I don't believe that I can't catch him," Ji Dan said fiercely. "Don't even think about it. Let's rest in the prison today." Tianhong said, "In this dark prison of yours, I can't stand the stench. Forget it, I'll come again at night." Ji Dan turned around and left. An ox cart was parked outside the prison. The driver of the cart was a bailiff. He was a disciple of the Ji family, and had handled many cases before. This was how the Ji family worked. Not only did they have the ability to catch bandits and solve cases, they also had the ability to train their disciples. That was how their descendants were able to inherit their position. As the ox cart started to move, Ji Dan fell into a deep sleep. All of a sudden, Ji Dan felt a numbness around his waist. He knew that something was wrong. He wanted to move, but his body had already gone limp. This man was indeed a subordinate of his husband. He forced himself to remain calm as he spoke. "Top scorer Pei? It's me." Pei Zi-yun appeared and smiled at the constable in front of him. "Even if you're master top scorer and have a good reputation, it's not right for you to kidnap a constable from a prefecture, right?" Ji Dan shouted out loudly. Even though Ji Dan shouted out loud, nobody responded. At this point, Ji Dan was stumped, and couldn't believe what was happening. If it weren't for the fact that the ox cart was still moving, he would have thought that everyone outside had been killed. Pei Zi-yun listened to the scolding in front of him. "You're a famous constable, and your nickname is Yanjing. How can I not be wary of you? Tianhong was the bait and so were you. But I'm here anyway. Don't think of shouting out loud, the people outside can't hear you. Master top scorer, you're a top scorer, and have received the favor of the imperial court. You cannot break the law. I know that you've been wronged, but that's not a reason to break the law. If you've been wronged, I believe the imperial court will give you justice. You have to believe in my reputation as well." Ji Dan's expression was still calm as he looked at Pei Zi-yun. His words were sincere, as though he believed what he said. "Your reputation is that you're fair and impartial, and you enforce the law with an iron face. However, both of us are smart people. There's no need to say such things. If you want to talk about the imperial court hasn't declared me guilty. You've set a trap for me, and the people outside are all acting on behalf of King Lu." Pei Zi-yun looked at Ji Dan and spoke plainly. "Pei Zi-yun, you're crazy, and have no regard for the laws of the country. You've killed a total of 134 people from Ying, Yong, and Liang prefectures. You've committed a heinous crime. Even if I've mobilized all the soldiers to arrest you, and even if King Lu was involved, you've still broken the laws of the country. I'm arresting you to uphold justice for the country, and to uphold the laws of the country." Ji Dan saw that nobody could hear him, and decided to throw caution to the wind. "You're a traitor, and you're rebelling against the law. No wonder I shouldn't be arrested. Even if I die, there will be thousands and thousands of me. Do you think you can go against the imperial court?" "Ha ha!" Pei Ziyun was amused as he laughed out loud. "Ji Dan, you've said so much. Do you have any orders from the imperial court? Do you have any official documents from the Yamen? Without these, what right do you have to represent the imperial court? What right do you have to represent justice? Where did your laws go?" "Ah!" Pei Ziyun laughed so hard that tears were about to come out of his eyes. He grabbed a towel and wiped his face. Seeing this, Ji Dan's hair stood on end. He opened his mouth to speak, but no words came out. Instead, he revealed a look of fear. Chapter 166. Pei Ziyun reached into the carriage and opened it. Inside was a bag of beef and wine. He then smiled at Ji Dan. "Your carriage is well prepared." As he said this, he leaned back against the cushion and looked out of the carriage. His eyes were filled with melancholy as he raised the wine jug and took a sip. "This wine is not bad. You seem to know how to enjoy yourself. You must be feeling strange, right? Why did I find you and discover you? It's because you have something on you that I need. Without it, I can't fight back. That's why when I arrived, I came looking for you." Pei Ziyun looked at the wine jug and was slightly disappointed. "I came looking for you directly. However, I'm a very cautious person. After observing you for a while, I realized that you were working together with King Lu's men to capture me. You even set a trap for me. That's why I broke out in cold sweat." Ji Dan was silent for a long time before he said, "You don't intend to let me go?" "That's right. I've just confirmed that the thing you're carrying is indeed valuable to me. So, you can die now. After killing so many people, I need someone to vent to. Otherwise, I'll really become a vicious and evil person." Pei Ziyun smiled as he spoke. "Oh yes, I've heard that there's a custom among officials. They treat those who are about to die kindly. Of course, they treat those with status. Look at me, don't you think I'm a cat official? Don't think that you can do whatever you want just by relying on demonic technique. Once the people outside realize that something's wrong, you're finished." When Ji Dan heard these words, he couldn't take it any longer. He collapsed onto the carriage and shouted at Pei Ziyun. "Haha, you're just a constable. According to the rules, you're not even an official. You're overstepping the rules when your subordinates address you as an official. What kind of official are you? If I wanted you to bring the order, I might have to think about it. But since you're acting as bait, and gave the order to your subordinates for safekeeping, how are you going to deal with me?" Pei Ziyun laughed. "You can't kill me." Ji Dan raised his hands and flicked his sleeves, as a mechanism was activated. This time, Pei Ziyun did not wield a sword, but a dagger. With a piu sound, the dagger pierced through Ji Dan's throat. Ji Dan clutched at his throat, as he made a G sound. His face was contorted in disbelief. Pei Ziyun pulled, causing blood to spurt out from his mouth. However, the blood seemed to have hit a barrier and fell to the ground. The constable didn't die immediately. He looked at Pei Ziyun struggling. You've been tricked. The country is going to die. Kill the country's traitor." He mumbled these words before he breathed his last. Pei Ziyun grunted and cursed. "Damn it, this person has been promoted to an official position. He's at least of the 9th rank or even higher. He's keeping this a secret, it's a trap." Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. If he had been prepared, he wouldn't have ended up like this. But who would have thought? Pei Ziyun's face was pale and red as he rested for a while. He then took out a handkerchief from his robes and wiped his face. This was a backlash, and the handkerchief was stained red. We can't stay here for long, Pei Ziyun thought to himself as he hurriedly walked up to Ji Dan's body, searching for the item he was looking for. All of a sudden, he felt something in his hand. He retrieved it, and realized it was a jade pendant. Pei Ziyun dodged it in a flash. The constable who was driving the ox cart felt as though something had changed, but he didn't feel anything. He turned his head to look at the cart, and rubbed his head before continuing on. Ji Dan's corpse was lying in the cart, as blood dripped down continuously. The constable felt that something wasn't right, as though there was a fishy smell in the air. However, he couldn't tell where it was coming from. The constable drove the ox cart and spoke to Ji Dan. "Your Excellency, why do I feel that something's not right? Where do you think the smell of blood is coming from? Why does it smell so strong?" As soon as the constable finished speaking, the ox cart stopped at the entrance of the relay station. The carriage was silent, as though there wasn't anyone inside. The constable approached the carriage and called out, "Master, master." The ox cart stopped at the entrance of the relay station. Hearing the dripping sound, the constable felt that something wasn't right. He pulled the curtain aside, only to see Ji Dan's head tilted to one side, his hands clutching his neck. He was no longer breathing. The stench of blood assaulted his nostrils. The entire cart was filled with blood, and it was nauseating. When the constable saw the scene before him, he was frightened. He couldn't believe his eyes, and his legs were trembling. He then shouted, "Not good, not good. Constable G has been killed. Constable G has been killed." As soon as he shouted, more than 10 people rushed out from the relay station. They were all armored soldiers, and among them were a eunuch and a Taoist. This Taoist was obviously a Taoist official of the prefecture, and belonged to the Tao Records Department and the Grand Herald Temple. His Taoist robes were different from the other Taoists. "Take a look." The eunuch wasn't surprised as he spoke. The Taoist opened the curtain and looked around. After some time, he came out and picked up a drop of blood. He then whispered something to the eunuch. The eunuch then laughed out loud. "Pei Ziyun, I didn't expect you to be a Daoxian cultivator. Originally, I wouldn't have been able to kill you. Now that you've killed an official, how much of your Dao arts do you have left? Looks like it wasn't a waste for me to use King Lu's decree and give this dead man an 8th-ranked official title." Hearing these words, everyone's jaws dropped. The eunuch then spoke, "Commandant Hong, I'll have to trouble you to pass down the order. Ji Dan and His Excellency Ji have been assassinated. Please enforce martial law and arrest the culprit." "Yes, Eunuch Ding." Commandant King Lu, who was standing by the side, replied loudly as he led his soldiers out. The constable stood in front of the ox cart and was stumped. He then sat down on the ground and mumbled to himself, "What's going on?" Pei Ziyun ran as fast as he could, and felt a burning sensation in his chest. He hurriedly turned into a small alley nearby, and the stench of blood gushed up his throat. He then spat out a mouthful of blood. Pei Ziyun gasped for breath as he felt the backlash from his injuries getting stronger and stronger. With such a backlash, it was no wonder that Taoists didn't want to be involved in politics. It was early in the morning, and although there weren't many people around, there were already people selling wontons, dumplings, and deep-fried pancakes by the roadside. The air was filled with smoke and white smoke, emitting a fragrant aroma. "I need to find a safe place, and think of a way to absorb the Imperial Qi. If not, the backlash from the Imperial Qi alone would cause me to be weakened for a few days. These people must have planned this long ago. They're just waiting for me to be injured by the Imperial Qi, and be unable to unleash my full strength before pouncing on me." Pei Ziyun mumbled to himself as he struggled to move forward. He saw a courtyard and leaned against it. He leaned his ear against the wall and listened. There was no sound coming from within, and his face relaxed a little. He then leapt up, and the stench of blood gushed up his throat again. His throat was burning and he felt like vomiting. He hurriedly covered his mouth to prevent himself from vomiting blood as he leapt into the courtyard. The courtyard was huge, but there weren't many people around. Pei Ziyun tiptoed towards the small building in front of him. When he reached the small building, it was quiet. He then leapt up and climbed up to the third floor before entering a room. There was a small attic on the roof, and he needed a flight of stairs to reach it. Pei Ziyun leapt up and hung onto the bottom of the attic as he climbed up. The attic was empty and dark. When Pei Ziyun reached the attic, he laid down and relaxed. He felt extremely tired and could barely open his eyes. His chest and head hurt, and the Yin spirit within his body felt like it was being corroded by a black aura. He took off his outer robe and placed it on top of the jade pendant before lying down on top of it. He then closed his eyes and fell asleep. The sky was dark and snowflakes were falling from the sky. A voice came from a Taoist temple. Master, the Qian dynasty is tyrannical, and the officials are cruel and tyrannical. We Taoists have cultivated martial arts and Tao art. Why can't we retaliate? We can't even kill a mere 9th-ranked official, and can only watch? My entire family has been killed, and I can't even seek revenge. Please teach me, please teach me. A Taoist who looked to be in his 30s knelt down in front of the old Taoist and begged for his life. This is fate. Although I Taoists have divine abilities, they cannot interfere with the world, and cannot fight against the imperial qi. I cannot teach you. It's not that I don't want to, it's that I can't. The old Taoist looked up to the sky and sighed, his eyes filled with tears. Senior brother, big senior brother, you are going to inherit the position of sect leader. You cannot leave the mountain. If you leave the mountain, who will be the next sect leader? Several disciples hugged the young man and tried to dissuade him. My parents and family are gone, and I can't even seek revenge. What face do I have to be the big senior brother? What face do I have to stay on the mountain? The big senior brother looked at his fellow disciples who were trying to stop him, as tears streamed down his face. Let him go. Big senior brother's karma has not been fulfilled. Let him go. The sect leader said, as though he had used up all his energy. Master, your disciple is unfilial. I can only be filial to you in my next life. The Taoist knelt on the ground and cried out loudly. He kowtowed repeatedly, as his forehead was covered in blood, please expel me from the sect. The scenery around him changed. The sky was filled with dark clouds, as raindrops dripped onto the Taoist's face. The Taoist's face was pale as he struggled to escape. Behind him, a group of bailiffs were charging towards him. Backlash, backlash. Heavens, I can't accept this, I can't accept this. The Taoist looked at the people chasing after him, and was unwilling to give up. He fought bitterly, and killed batch after batch of bailiff. His eyes were bloodshot, and his body was bloodshot. Finally, he couldn't take it anymore and fell off the cliff. Turning around, the Taoist walked out of the cave. His temples were all white. I've done it. I've finally done it. Haha, after searching for so long I've finally managed to repair it. The damage caused by the imperial qi can be reduced. You are a 9th-rank county officer, and today I shall kill you. Corrupt officials of the great Qian dynasty, just you wait. The night was dark and the wind was strong. The Taoist stepped forward and an evil dog heard his footsteps. It wanted to howl, but the Taoist stretched out his hand and the dog stopped howling. The Taoist stepped forward and killed the dog. The dog wasn't dead yet, and was still howling in pain. The Taoist pounced forward. One of the people saw that the situation wasn't looking good, and was about to scream when the Taoist slashed out with his sword. He charged up the stairs and saw an official sitting on the main seat. Several people were seated on the guest seats, and were listening to the opera. The official pointed at the Taoist. Where did this thief Taoist come from? How dare you? The Taoist didn't say anything and killed them one by one. Looking at the corpses on the ground, he spat out a mouthful of blood and laughed. I've finally gotten my revenge today. Turning around, the Taoist was standing under a roof. He jumped down, and with a flash of his sword, a head fell off. Everyone around shouted, "Your Excellency Li is dead! His Excellency Li is dead!" Turning around, the Taoist was lying on a straw mat. His entire body was covered in blood. He looked to be around 30 years old, and was smiling at a young man. "You're a kind young man, and you're here to send me off. Take this jade pendant, it can suppress the baleful qi and guarantee your future. However, you can't become an official or you'll die a horrible death." As he spoke, he laughed before turning around, revealing a strange smile. "Don't you think so?" Chapter 167. Following the laughter, his vision became empty. No! In that instant, Pei Ziyun was jolted awake. His entire body was drenched in perspiration. In his mind, the image of that strange smile was still fresh in his mind. The stinging pain in his body had lessened, and he felt like a rock had dropped to the ground. He shouted, "System!" All of a sudden, a plum blossom appeared in front of him. It grew bigger and became a translucent information interface. It floated in front of his eyes and displayed the data he needed. Master. Level 1 Dao Techniques. 39 types, Advanced, Sword Techniques. Master, 19, 1% completion. Divine Powers. Stars Transposition Level 1 Stars Transposition. Pei Ziyun couldn't help but laugh out loud. However, as he focused his mind and tried to recall more memories, his expression gradually changed. The Imperial Qi is overbearing, but its essence is still spiritual energy. If one stares into the abyss, one will be stared at by the abyss. Those who do not cultivate spiritual energy would not be able to connect with officials. Although they would be chased by the officials, they would not suffer any backlash. For Taoists, or any spiritual energy cultivators, killing officials would be equivalent to harming the Imperial Qi. Hence, they would suffer backlash. Masters have opened the gates of heaven, and their Imperial Qi would be able to reach the clouds. This would make it easier for them to be attacked by the Imperial Qi. According to the saying in my previous life, those monks who did not cultivate in Buddhism would not be affected by the demons. Those who cultivated in Buddhism would be easily affected by the demons. Only when one achieved mastery would one not be affected by external disturbances. This was easy to understand. When a person jumped into the water, he would naturally be attacked by the animals in the water until he became a shark. But why is mastery so difficult? The star's transposition is actually to reduce the exposure of one's master and spiritual energy. This reduces the backlash. That's not all. In theory, it can also reduce other spiritual energy attacks. It would be weaker than Dao attacks. Now, it can reduce the backlash on 9th-ranked officials, but not on 8th-ranked officials. This Jing Ming Daoist's achievements were limited, and he could only cultivate to the 3rd level. Hence, he died from the backlash. According to my memories, he was only 30 years old. This Ji Dan's ancestor reached out to save him, and buried him in peace. Hence, he was given this jade pendant. It's a pity that the owner of this pendant had killed many officials. He could enter the palace but could not become an official. Hence, Ji Dan died due to the Imperial Qi. It's just superstition. It's just an insignificant factor. Pei Ziyun was both happy and worried at the same time. Now that he had acquired this technique, the backlash would be much weaker. As long as he didn't fall into the hands of an army, he wouldn't be in danger of dying. However, he still had to perfect the technique himself. At this moment, he suddenly felt as if his head was about to explode. A surge of killing intent surged through him. Kill, kill, kill! A voice rang out in Pei Ziyun's mind. Pei Ziyun's face turned pale. This isn't the backlash of the imperial qi. Is this the remnant of Taoist Jing Ming's spiritual imprint? The stronger the legacies I absorb, the greater the interference they have on me. This plum blossom definitely has some other secrets. If it wasn't for this increasingly powerful interference, Xie Qingdong wouldn't have been able to use his physical body to become a sage in the previous life. Damn it! Pei Ziyun scolded, but didn't know who he was scolding. His head hurt so much that he couldn't even stand straight. He then rolled around on the ground. Damn it, the imperial qi and my mental energy are hurting me at the same time. This is too dangerous. I have to escape to the mountains. What do they mean by the most dangerous place is the safest place? They're all idiot. Thinking up to this point, Pei Ziyun staggered to the window and looked down at an ox cart. He transformed into a ray of light and dove into the bottom of the cart. He grabbed onto the wooden planks of the cart and fell into a semi-conscious state. Not only were the soldiers mobilized, even the constables were mobilized. The people on the streets were so frightened that they tried to hide. Search for the traces of blood. This kid couldn't have escaped far. He's suffered from the backlash of the imperial qi. Where else can he run to? There must be traces of blood nearby. As long as we find it, we'll be rewarded. Eunuch Ding shouted out. Yes, Eunuch. Responses came from all directions. Eunuch, I've found traces of blood. A constable ran over. Hearing these words, the eunuch was elated. Official Wu, follow me. The eunuch turned around and ordered. Yes, Eunuch. Following behind the eunuch was a Taoist. Since he was the official of the prefecture records department, he was of the 9th rank. The two of them walked ahead. On the side of the road, there was a trace of blood on the ground. Seeing this, Eunuch Ding frowned and looked at the Taoist. Official Wu, take a look. Official Wu touched the blood, as though he was trying to identify it. After some time, Official Wu said, This blood is considered fresh. It hasn't been too long. However, the qi has dissipated. It's not the blood of a cultivator. Continue to search. Eunuch Ding shouted out to the constables who had surrounded him. The blood of a Taoist cultivator is vigorous. Once the blood has left the body, they will still be alive for a period of time. It's harder for the qi to dissipate than a normal person. This person hasn't been gone for long. Quickly search. Especially the fresh blood. We have to pay close attention to it, Official Wu said. I understand. Eunuch Ding looked at the Taoist and said thoughtfully. He then turned to look at the officer. Search, the blood is fresh. Quickly search. The officer understood and shouted out. Your Excellency, I have a few drops of blood here. It's bright red. After some time, a constable came forward to report. Quick, bring us there. The constable led the way. When they reached the place, they looked at the ground. There was a drop of blood the size of a thumb. It had a fresh smell to it and was mixed with the soil. However, the blood did not dissipate. This blood must be Pei Ziyun's blood. He can't have escaped far. Within 7 days, I can use this blood to locate him. Official Wu retrieved a jade bottle and kept the drop of blood inside. He then laughed coldly, as long as he doesn't travel more than 50 kilometers. I implore Official Wu to help me locate this person. Eunuch Ding looked at the Taoist and asked. Official Wu replied, That's easy. It's just that to open the altar, it will take 2 hours. I implore Eunuch Ding to mobilize his men and seal the city. This way, he won't be able to escape. Power had the power to topple mountains and overturn seas. In just a moment, a small altar was made, piled up with earth, inserted flags, and placed on the compass. Official Wu then stepped forward and spoke to Eunuch Ding. Eunuch Ding, please issue an order within the city. I'm a Taoist official, and can't open the altar. I don't have any powers. Taoist Records Official Wu Luo, listen up. You're allowed to locate Pei Ziyun. Eunuch Ding then recalled something. He then retrieved a talisman with dragon inscriptions on it. It was made of gold, and had the words King Lu carved on it. It was heavy and heavy, indicating his authority. As soon as the words were spoken, a white and red snake shot out from the talisman and landed on Official Wu's body. When this white and red energy landed on Official Wu's body, it transformed into an official's robe. Mortals wouldn't be able to see it with their naked eyes, but Official Wu could sense it. This is an urgent order. As soon as Official Wu spoke, a gust of cold wind could be heard. Official Wu pointed out a finger, and a gust of cold wind could be felt. Everyone present felt a chill run down their spines. It took some time before they felt warm again. Official Wu seemed to be listening attentively. After some time, he spoke, "Your Excellency, we've located this person. He's running towards the mountains. Hurry up and set up defenses. This person won't be able to escape." Eunuch Ding, we've set up defenses along the way. The patrol officer stepped forward. When Eunuch Ding heard this, he laughed coldly. The few of you can lock down the entire area? There's no need for that. Mobilize the militia, soldiers, constables, and bailiffs. Coordinate with the soldiers of King Lu's mansion to search the mountains and kill him. When the patrol officer heard this, he hurriedly acknowledged, "Yes, eunuch." A constable stepped forward. This man looked rather decent, and had a short stature. His dark red face was full of muscles, and there was a red glint in his eyes. He was around 30 years of age, and had a stern look about him. He was the only constable other than Ji Dan. He then spoke, "Eunuch Ding, I've received your orders. I've already mobilized more than 100 constables. Pei Ziyun has killed His Excellency Ji, which means he's now our enemy. We have to take his head as a sacrifice to His Excellency Ji." Eunuch Ding looked at the men who were all trying to capture Pei Ziyun and nodded his head. "Your Fang Jie? You can't stop him with your current defenses. However, lock down his position. The soldiers shall spread out the net and search the mountains. This will restrict Pei Ziyun's movements. Experienced constables shall track him down. I shall bring my soldiers to support you. The moment we discover him, we shall strike with lightning speed. Move out immediately and search with all our might. We shall not let this man have a chance to breathe." Eunuch Ding shouted out loudly and seemed to be very organized. Hearing Eunuch Ding's orders, these men shouted out, "We shall execute this thief." As soon as they finished speaking, they started moving out. After crossing the river, there was no longer a road. Although the mountain wasn't tall, it was extremely steep and dangerous. Some parts of the mountain were steep, while others were filled with jagged rock. Some parts of the mountain were filled with strong currents, while others were filled with thistles and thorns. Fortunately, the range of the mountain wasn't very large. Only a large number of people could be seen surrounding the mountain. "Quick, quick! Everyone form groups of 5 and wear a whistle. If there's no response, something must have happened. Chase after him with all your might. If you discover the thief, immediately beat the drums and gongs. We shall ensure that he has nowhere to run." Several men shouted out orders. Hearing these orders, the soldiers who were searching the mountain shouted out in unison, "Yes!" These soldiers were patrolling, and the constables were even more professional. Several of them pulled their hunting dogs along as they searched through the bushes. Pei Ziyun hid within the bushes and suppressed his breathing. His body was covered with grass, and his body was covered with Dao art. There was blood everywhere. He had just met a group of soldiers, and could have easily killed them. However, he suddenly had a headache, and almost failed. He was even injured by the soldiers. It was like a tiger being bullied by a dog. Woof, woof, woof. All of a sudden, he heard a hunting dog barking as it pounced forward. Pei Ziyun felt goosebumps all over his body, and was about to draw his sword. A wild rabbit came out from the bushes and ran forward. The hunting dog couldn't hold it back and was about to pounce on it. The bailiff was enraged. Damn it, what kind of dog is this? It only knows how to chase rabbits. Just as he was about to give chase, a soldier pulled him back and said, Your Excellency, this hunting dog Little 8 is very good at chasing rabbits. Let it go and we'll have lunch. If we manage to catch it, I won't look for you. If we don't find it, I'll kill it and eat its meat to appease the hatred in my heart. The bailiff cursed. 7 steps away, Pei Ziyun was hiding in the bushes, staring at the front. If he hadn't used his Dao arts to conceal his aura, he would have been discovered. Pei Ziyun didn't know who was in charge of this chase, but it was really one after the other. Furthermore, this method was similar to the dragnet tactics used in the future. Or rather, it was exactly the same, causing one to feel suffocated. If one wasn't careful, they would be surrounded. Pei Ziyun thought to himself as he lay in the grass. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.